Mother's castle born of ice. It's a comforting home for the wandering soul to stay. I've been living on the far side. I've been leaving footprints in your mind. Tell me all your secrets. I could be a key to the afterlife. Feel the rhythm in my cold heart. I can make your soul a work of art. Just a touch of heaven. Walking with the dead makes you feel alive. Oceans away from home, deep in the danger zone, I'll carry you. Skipping the pain of death, I'd like to steal your breath and make you new. Live beyond this divide. I promise you, you're the side. Abandoned light inside of you. You're ascending now and breaking through. Nothing living's ever true. I've been living on the far side. I've been leaving footprints in your mind. Tell me all your secrets. I could be a key to the afterlife. Feel the rhythm in my cold heart. I can make your soul a work of art. Just a touch of heaven. Walking with the dead makes you feel alive. I've been living on the far side. I've been leaving footprints in your mind. Tell me all your secrets. I could be a key to the afterlife.
got a new game here. Got Beacon Pine, just came out, very excited. I haven't streamed in fucking forever. Well, it's here now. So, it's got no sound on the front board, so I have no idea if it's gonna blast my ears out or if I'm gonna make some sound adjustments, but we're about to find out.
Dear reader, allow me to introduce you to my book. Though it might at first appear like many books you've come across, it is far from ordinary. You may, therefore, have some misunderstandings about its nature. The story that awaits you has not been fully told.
Oh.
In fact, its conclusion is not yet known, even to myself. It is in that way that my book is special. It is in that way that you are special. Without you, there is no story. Chapter 1. Normal isn't what it used to be. This is a story about change. Nestled in a shallow valley is the town of Beacon Pines. Far from the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, a young boy walks alone at dawn. His name is Luca Van Horn, and like you, dear reader, he's here for a reason.
You. Let's check audio. Voiceover volume. Cute.
Mum, 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 mum.
Oh cool, it just sends us straight to their Discord. Yeah. Oh, it's got a cute little voice. Hey Dad. How are things going? Today's the first day of summer vacation. I start middle school next year, I guess. "6 years old when you died. It's been 6 years now. From here on out, you'll have been gone longer than you were here. It feels like that should mean something. Mom always said that this tree was your favorite spot in the world. Me too. Hey, Luca. Knew you'd find you here.
Rollo was Luca's closest friend. He possessed many fine qualities, but subtlety was not one of them.
Well, after I banged on your door until your gran answered, and I checked the pond, and climbed up to the treehouse, then I knew I'd find you here.
Rollo finally noticed the tears welling in his friend's eyes, and the flowers on the grave.
Oh yeah, right. You and your mom always did this on your dad's birthday. Yeah. Didn't know you were gonna keep doing it now that your mom's gone too. She's not gone. She's just missing. Sorry, I meant to say since she was missing. She's gonna come back, Rollo. Of course she is. Okay, Dad. See you next time. I think I'm ready to get out of here. Sure, lead the way. Now we got a buddy. Frolic around in the leaves. Oh, we can. Aw, that's adorable.
Wonderful! I had a good feeling about you from the moment you opened my book. That charm is a very special thing. Very special indeed. Keep hold of it for now. Its purpose will reveal itself soon enough.
Oh, I can't break all of them. Okay. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. The reason I was looking for you. I was wondering if you'd ever get to that. I found the perfect way to start our summer. How's that?
Rolo looked to the side suspiciously.
Not here. They might be watching. They who? Shh, not so loud. We need to do this in a secure location. Mission control. Alright, I'll just have to tell Gran and then we can head out. What are you gonna tell her? I don't know, I'll think of something. It's all to say to you, I'll meet you at the welcome sign. Your Gran still kinda wigs me out. I don't do well with new people. She moved in half a year ago. Just meet me at the sign when you're done. Suit yourself, I won't be long. Or I could just go. But I'll do what it says.
Dear reader, forgive me for this interlude. Remember that charm you found in the dandelion patch? There are more of those special charms to discover throughout Beacon Pines. They've been known to reveal themselves to those who are willing. Some of them can be found in this very house. Since Gran had moved in, the house was more peaceful, more orderly, and more covered in flowery fabric. One of his father's old stethoscopes. Luca had spent countless hours listening to anything and everything with it. Not for years, though.
Like a doctor. Under. Just slide off.
Gran had already lit the fire. She kept a warm house, as if by grandmotherly obligation. Just some dusty knickknacks. An array of prepared meals crowded the refrigerator, each labeled with the day of the week. A pair of dull scissors, a broken can opener, a mostly empty bottle of glue, and some loose string.
Jump, yeah. With a wet bandit.
The only piece of furniture Gran had brought when she moved in was an old hutch. Gran had commandeered the upstairs closet when she moved in. Some things need shelter from a young boy's mischief, she said. Luca paused at his parents' bedroom door. He just wasn't ready to go in yet.
I don't know.
Luca tossed on his favorite old sweater. Even though it was the first day of summer, a chill still hung in the air.
Time to chill.
Gran's moving in meant that most of Luca's things had been crammed in the corner. Luca was somewhat annoyed by the situation.
What's the book say?
Gran's bed was undisturbed. Luca didn't mind that she had a habit of falling asleep in front of the fireplace. It meant that he could read late into the night.
Like me as a kid. Back. The last place is out here.
Oh my! This is quite exciting! I am now certain that you are the one I've been waiting for all these years. You'll recall I was a bit coy regarding the use of charms earlier. Excuse me, I tend to have a flair for the dramatic. You are about to encounter your first turning point. There are certain times in this tale when everything hinges on a single word. Step forth, dear reader. A sturdy old wheelbarrow.
Okay, cool. You just gallop over here. Hello. Hey Gran, I'm gonna hang with whole Rolo for the day. See you later. Hello, Deep Fried Steak. Thank you for the follow. Ah, yes. I'm quite bent. Lady is bent over. Hold up now. Where are you, Rolo, headed exactly? Oh, no, we're
The
special.
less Gran knew, the better for everyone involved.
Ponder for the day, hide for the day, or chill for the day.
We were just gonna go chill for the day.
You're just gonna go
The
chill
best
for the
lies
day.
are built on truth.
You boys are always in a hurry to do nothing. Stick to what we're good at. Make sure you're done chilling in time for supper.
Easy. Impressive. You've managed to navigate your first turning point without too much of a mess. That is the power of charms. A single word can change everything. I think it's time to introduce you to the Chronicle.
Woo.
The Chronicle is a record of the decisions you've made. You can see the turning point which has been revealed. At any time, you can use the Chronicle to go back and invoke different charms, creating new branches. Luckily for us, this is the one and only turning point where the charms won't dramatically alter fate. It's the perfect opportunity to experiment with rewriting things. We were just gonna go ponder for the day.
We're just gonna ponder for the day. Oh, really? What are you boys going to ponder on such a lovely day
This was
exactly?
Luca's chance to sell his alibi.
You know, big stuff, small stuff, medium, mostly medium pondering.
Nailed it.
Well, make sure you don't overburden yourself with preponderance of pondering. Huh? Oh, forget it. Off with you now. Move.
A beginner's guide to gardening laid open on the bench.
Looks like she's gardening. Yay. Very pretty house. Oh, and Luca? You and Rolo stay out of trouble. I know, I know. Cool. First objective. Do exactly the opposite of what Gran said. Oh, come on. Dang it, Rolo.
For a town that saw few visitors, the welcome was perhaps more grand than necessary.
You know the drill. Don't let anyone discover our secret path.
Chapter 2. Welcome to Beacon Pines. For many years, this valley had been a small mining outpost. It wasn't until Sharper Valentine built his fertilizer company that Beacon Pines was established. Over the next 30 years, the town had grown and prospered, until the foul harvest and his sudden death. In the 6 years since, everyone was simply trying to get by.
Oh, it's a hyena. Ugh, I don't like him. Hey, Mr. Kerr. Hey there, pal.
William Kerr was the CEO of Perennial Harvest Company. He had become a fixture around town over the past few years. After the failing of Valentine Fertilizer, the town was hungry to welcome a new source of employment.
Excited for the big festival? Sure. Come on now. When I was your age, there was nothing more exciting than a town festival. The food, the music, the dancing. Sounds pretty alright. You're gosh dang right it is. I'm looking forward to letting off some steam myself. Make sure to invite all your little friends. I couldn't keep her away even if I tried. Excellent. Sorry, Luca. I've got to get back to some proverbial grindstone. I'll harvest awaits and all. Oh no. Left side's a little low. Okay, cool. I think I'm... Well, I guess I should introduce myself to all these characters. Sorry, I'm Mr. Valhorn. Can't talk now. Very busy with preparations.
Mayor Augustus Valentine was not busy.
Oh, sorry, Gus. How many times do I... It's Mayor Valen.
Flustered, Gus instinctively loosened his tie.
Keep up the good work. I must briefly attend to a concerned citizen. Huh? It's nothing. Keep at it. Alright, what can the mayor of Beacon Pines do for you? Oh? Just saying hi, I guess. Well, good day. Good day to you too, young Mr. Valhorn. We chillin'? We chillin'? Hey, Mr. Sinclair.
Mr. Sinclair continued snoring and lifted one eyelid just enough to see who it was, a tactic he often used to avoid undesirable conversation.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Sinclair. Don't you see I'm sleeping, boy? How's the napping today? Crummy as always. Used to have a perfectly nice view from here. Till Perennial Harvest. Put that monstrosity of a building in the way. Why don't you just move your chair a bit? Why should I be the one that moves? If it's a showdown they want, it ain't gonna be the one who blinks. Interesting. We have these three. Come on, man. Grab his wallet. I'm sorry, Iggy. I can't. Do it or we pound you. Yup. Yeah, but Mom said... Yeah, but yeah. Yeah, but yeah, but. If I had a nickel for every yeah, but, I'd be freaking king of nickels. Ain't that right, Tish? Yep. Ah, Mr. Valhorn. Do you have a moment? It's just Luca. Golly, I'm sorry, it's my first week at Perennial Harvest.
He pulled a pen from the pocket of his sweater vest and began to frantically jot something down on a clipboard.
Wonderful, it won't happen again. We're good if we're gonna be on a first name basis, then you can call me Pete. Oh, nice to meet you, Pete. Sorry, what are you writing? Oh, just documenting. Gosh, it's exciting to be part of something so darn special. You know, let's not think about new fountains or phone booths. We're gonna change the world. And it starts here in Beacon Pines. Isn't that amazing? Uh-huh. Anyway, I better get... Oh, that reminds me. We'd love to hear your thoughts. My thoughts? You bet. We're gonna change this town. We need every detail. We need to get every detail right. That sounds intense. Changing the world is intense. So what do you say? Could you answer a few questions? Well, I guess if it's quick. Wonderful. Opening answers. A few quick questions. One down. See if that... See, it's not that hard, is it? Oh, okay. We're going already. Question 2. What is something you love about Beacon Pines? Never really thought about it before. Perfect. It's the only place I've ever lived. See, that wasn't so painful.
Pete stopped scribbling and glanced up from the clipboard.
Was it? I guess not. Huzzah! Our first 3 questions answered in record time. Are you literally writing everything down? Thank you so much for your time. I need to process these answers. We can save the rest of your thoughts for later. Okay. Our harvest awaits. He's waiting for me through school, so I'm forced to go. Hey Jetson. Cool. Is the lion playing any tunes today? No bites this morning, I'm afraid. Come to think of it, I can't remember the last one I reeled in. But hey, it's never about the catch. This is where I come to think. Yeah, that's what my dad used to do here. That reminds me, if you ever want his chair back, I've taken to standing recently. Keeps me from falling asleep at the wheel. If you don't mind, I think it should stay. Not at all. And if your chair makes for a great listen.
Whenever Luca saw his dad's chair by the pond, it reminded him of the days they'd pack up a couple of sandwiches and fish until sundown.
Oh, it's little baby Luca. Go pick out your bait from the tackle box, buckaroo.
Luca opened the tackle box and picked the perfect bait. Luca gently baited a feather onto the hook. Good for skimming the surface.
Give it a good cast now. You have to reel it in a bit faster, or your catch will lose interest. But do I actually have to catch it?
Luca gently baited. Good for skimming the.
I actually have to do it. Okay.
Luca
Okay, so
gently.
it's
Good for.
cool. Cool.
Luca gently. Good for.
You kidding me? Rubber duck. Well, I'll be switched. It's your old rubber ducky. You were just a drooling ball of fur when you lost that. Cried for days. I told you it'd turn up.
Luca tied a shoestring to the hook. What fish could resist a nice shoestring?
Is it actually working? Ew. What do you think the other one is? Hard to say. Some things drift away. It's not fair? No, it's not. Well, wherever is it? I hope that other boat at least has a sub to keep it company. Cute.
Luca gently good first. On certain nights, when the clouds were just right, the boys could tune into strange patterns of static. Rollo thinks it's aliens. He always thinks it's aliens.
What's the top secret plan to start our summer? So you know that abandoned warehouse by my place? The old Valentine building? Yeah, well, it isn't abandoned. What made you think that? Get this. Last night, it was glowing. Glowing? Are you sure? Kinda. That place has been empty since the fall harvest? Yeah. Would you even want to poke around that place? Or who would even want to poke around that place? We would, Rollo. We would. Wait, what? It's just a busted old warehouse. I just mean we could do some research at the library. You won't actually go to the warehouse? What would you expect to find? Answers. My mom's out there somewhere. And it seems like everyone wants to pretend that she's gone for good. You don't have to come, Rollo, if you don't want to. Luca, remember that time I sort of accidentally burned down the chicken coop? And jumped in and said it was your fault because my pa throttled me? This is a flaming chicken coop sort of deal. I've got your back. Thanks, Rollo. Now that I think about it, poking around a decrepit fertilizer warehouse is exactly how I want to spend my first day of summer. Let's go! Anything else? Are you tired? I'm just catching my breath a bit. Go on. I'll catch up. Hi, Miss Nelson. Morning, Nucla. Any big plans for the summer? Not really. Heard about the old fertilizer warehouse? Any strange happenings? Can't say I have. Either way, a dusty old warehouse, no place for a young boy. You be safe now. Okay.
Miss Hatch could often be found near the fountain, too absorbed in a book to be distracted. Holden Wilder ran the local paper of record, the Beacon.
That's not redundant. Hey, Mr. Wilder. Morning, Luca. What's the day have in store for you? I'm just wondering if you've heard any news about news. The Beacon news, the news that needs knowing. Any news about the old fertilizer warehouse? Nope. Oh. Rollo thought he saw some lights there last night. Rollo ought to be careful poking around that part of town. The winds of change are blowing. And change is a dangerous animal. Change. Interesting. Luca, just the fella I was looking for. Hey Roxy, what's up?
Oh, right. Rendezvous with Roxy. This is an important turning point. The first time where your charms will change the course of fate. And currently, we only have one suitable charm at our disposal. Have no fear, we can always return later using the Chronicle once we find more charms. Well, now I'm just rambling. Where were we?
Have you seen my blockhead of a brother? He skipped out before breakfast. Well, not really, no. Can't say I have. Can't say or won't say. Roxy, would I lie to you? Look, wait up, I almost forgot to tell you. Roxy might be lurking around here. This is one of her favorite places to stand around and be useless. Rello? So we need to make sure that fucking face. So we need to make sure she doesn't spot us. Rello. Why are you doing that turning thing with your body? What, you're not scared of her? She's harmless. And chump. And she's right around the corner, isn't she? Don't mind me, just over here lurking uselessly. Oh, hey, sis. Nice weather we're having, eh? I couldn't help it. You snuck out this morning before breakfast. Wasn't hungry. Couldn't help it more as your morning chores were left unchored. Roxy, I'm gonna level with you. I'm sick and tired of digging up carrots. We all gotta pick up the slack since the foul harvest. Almost every carrot I dig up is rotten. The rest of you look like we're hit with Hank's atomic shrinkery. All the more reason to keep digging. Gotta be more to life than getting carrots. Look, Roxy, Luke and I have places to be, and if you don't mind, oh, I do mind. I'm not gonna catch hell again because of you. So either you march yourself home and harvest those carrots, or I haul you home myself.
Rollo froze as Roxy took a step toward him, cracking her knuckles. Luca knew he had one chance to save his friend from being dragged home. In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
Come on, Roxy, it's the first day of summer. The sun's shining, we just want to take it easy. Let's leave tomorrow's problem for tomorrow. That's grand and all, but Rollo's problems have a way of becoming my problems. And Pa always says tomorrow's work's left for yesterday, or best left for yesterday. March, you big oaf. Oh, rats. Expect a full report about the Valentine place. A full report! How so fits. What are you up to this fine day? Nope. Cool.
A bit much, if you ask me.
Hey, Sullivan. Apologies, no for time for chit chat. Bitch. Oh, Luca, my boy. Hold up a tick. Oh, hey, Mr. Nut and Crete. I was just on my way to... I just sold the last jar of your grandmother's preservatives. Can't stock the shelves fast enough, turns out. Hey, that's great, but I'm actually... I guess Juniper will just have to swing by with more of her lovely jam. Uh-huh. Well, don't let this old man slow you down. Just remind her that she still owes me that dance.
A promise Gran regretted the second it was made.
Will do. She's a fine woman, that Juniper. Yeah, she's pretty cool, I guess. A real fine woman. Gotta go. Isn't any jam on earth. Okay, you're weird.
The phone booth was brand new, part of Perennial Harvest's Beacon Pines Reborn initiative. It didn't see much use.
Hey Luca. Hey Joey. How's the bug hunt going? Not great. Bugs have been shy this week. Bugs get shy? Oh sure, bugs aren't that different from people. Sometimes they just want to be left alone. If you're going into the leaf wood, just be careful where you step. No bug crutching, got it.
The path led into a small hollow at the edge of Weepwood.
Okay, they're turning back now. Caution, electrified fence. Is that a new sign?
The fence thrummed with a gentle electric buzz.
Okay, so what would Rollo do if he was
Luca
here?
often asked himself what Rollo would do, so that he could rule out that option.
I'm definitely not touching that thing.
As sparks flew from the fence, the light atop that section shut off. 2 bulbs remained. One
That's
more to
2.
go. The fence's buzzing gave way to silence.
Hey, moment of truth.
Every kid in town knew the old Valentine fertilizer building. Long abandoned, the warehouse once served as the industrial heart of Beacon Pines. Now, it stood only as a reminder of things left behind. The dormant building showed strange signs of life.
Okay, so Rollo wasn't exaggerating for once. What's going on?
There was
here?
only one way to find out.
Oh, that smells awful. Too bad Rollo's not here. He's had no problem poking around in here.
The hose emitted a subtle sound. It was actively draining some kind of liquid. The water looked almost diseased. It flowed slowly into the woods.
No.
Luca
Lost.
thought he heard faint sounds coming from the other side of the door. He pressed his ear against the cold metal to hear better.
A zipper?
The
Footsteps?
sound of footsteps grew louder.
Hello? Shit. Literal shit.
The heavy steel door knocked Luca to the ground. Disoriented, he looked up to see an imposing figure silhouetted in a green glow. It lunged toward him. He tried to scramble away, but felt a gloved hand latch onto his ankle. Luca watched his fingernails leave trails in the dirt as the hand slowly dragged him back through the door, into the lab, into the green light. This is a story about change. It was far from the sort of change Luca imagined for himself. But change is, after all, a dangerous animal. The end? I probably should have warned you about this. There are many paths that our story can take. Most will end in tragedy, but don't let that discourage you. We will find the ending that this story deserves. I just know it. From here on out, a charm will have a check mark when it's been used to its full potential at a given turning point. Now, let's try something different.
To be a little shit.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit.
What have you done? That little shit just kicked me. Run all you want, wherever you gotta come home eventually. Sorry. Sorry about that. Rolo can get overexcited sometimes.
Solomon Valentine, current ward of and future successor to the Valentine fortune, huffed as he brushed off his pants.
A town's complete and utter fools. One wonders it's worth taking anything here seriously. Either way, I'm real sorry. No matter, how are you doing? Me? Yes, with all that business and your mother and whatnot. Oh, I'm getting by. Still no word from her at all? No. That is truly a shame. Shame. Your grandmother's taking resident to keep house? Yep. How is that going? Mostly stay out of each other's way. You make it sound like she's rarely at home. It's not like that. She just has a lot to do. She's still settling in and trying to figure out how to make ends meet. Indeed. Well, count your blessings. It's better to have a caretaker who's rarely around, than a little one who tries to compensate by smothering you with attention. That doesn't sound so bad. Trust me when I say, it's best to rely on yourself. A family has a way of creating more problems than they solve.
Solomon trifled a gesture toward the approaching heiress Valentine.
Get the devil. Don't wander off like that. I'm much too busy to be looking all over for you. Apologies, heiress. I'm just taking a stroll through town. Strolls are for commoners. You're a Valentine now. I want you present for every construction of history, present for the construction of the History Museum. The future of this town relies on its ability to remember our family's great past. Of course. Luca, my boy, hold up a tick. That boy's got too much of his father in him. I win. A little help. I am the champion. We were racing. Did that road get longer? Like anything else ever changes around here? It seemed longer. You're just lightheaded from the run. You really need to pace yourself better next time. Not sure I would take advice from second place. Has this sign always been here? Wait, what? Caution, electrified fence. No, that's definitely new. Creepy. How are we gonna get around the electric fence? Don't worry, I got this. Why did you do that? I've always said you can figure out what the plan or plan was when you're done. Great. What now? I did my part. Established that touching the fence is bad. I'm sure you can handle it from here. I'll supervise. From a safe distance. Whoa, you're a genius. I think that did it. Luca. You never fail to impress.
As the glowing windows of the old warehouse came into view, Rollo began to bounce excitedly.
Check it out. Dang, Rollo, you weren't actually examined. Was there ever any doubt? This definitely needs investigating. Good thing 2 ace detectives are on the case. This is bizarre. This is awesome. Did you feel that? What, the excitement in the air? I bet your butt I did. Look at this puddle. That's not normal. And this hose. Oh man, the door's locked. Try harder. No dice, I won't budge. Oh well. Dumpster's new, right? Bet it's got stuff in it. Can't really see what's in here. Who did all of this? I know Zitchin. I think I smell some treasure. Are you sure that's not the hazardous waste? Help me get in. Rollo. It'd be my honor to throw you in the trash. Come on, lady luck. So what's in there? Let's see. There's a squishy bag of squish. Wow. A good inch of stagnant sludge. Your natural habitat. Oh wait, hold the phone. Hold 2 phones. Check these bad boys out. Are those walkie-talkies? Like the Hank atomic communicators? These actually work? Ground command to Hank Atomic. Hank, do you read me? This is Hank Atomic ground command. You're coming in 5x5. How are your vitals readouts, Hank? A little stuffy in here. Requesting assistance for evac. Help is on the way. What was that? Someone's coming. Give me your hand. Hi, my hands are covered in squish. Scoot over, I'm coming in. Tell me you saw that. Dude, I don't know what I saw. Come on back, get down.
The boy sat petrified under the weight of the bag.
God. Tell me that's not what I think it is. Luca, do you know what separates run-of-the-mill detectives from ace detectives? A ridiculous hat. When the chips are down, ace detectives dig for deeper
Rollo
quiz.
felt around at the large sack which burdened them. He
Aha.
snapped off a tag from just within a small zipper opening in the bag.
It's some sort of badge or something. What's it
Rollo
say?
held the badge up to a faint shaft of light within the dumpster.
Dr. Prescott, Deep Engineering. It's a name tag. Which roll bag? A bag full of slimy little name tags. I think it's just one name tag in a bag of something else. Okay. I think we should make a break for it. Stay calm, there's no need to panic. I'm not panicking. You're panicking. Rollo, calm down. You don't have to squeeze my hand so hard. Dude, I'm not holding your hand. Quit messing around. What other slime covered hands are doing? I'm beginning to see your benefits of your run for your life plan. Right, we've clearly established I'm faster than you, so I'll go first. Why not go together? Flaming chicken coop, Luca. I'll make sure the coast is clear. After I go count to 100. you hear me yell, run. If you don't hear me yell, run. Actually, either way, haul ass. Rollo, I'll give you credit. You sure found an eventful way to start our summer. It's what I do. Anyway, here goes nothing.
Lucas sat in the dark, tracking the sound of Rollo's footsteps as he ran. 1, 2, 3. He pressed his ear to the dumpster wall, straining to hear Rollo's footsteps as they faded away. 15, 16, 17. He tried not to think about the contents of the dumpster as he counted. 35, 36, 37. The thick stench made it hard to breathe. Screw it, that's long enough. Luca carefully lifted the lid and peered out. Nothing. No sign of Rollo. No sign of the man in the yellow suit. Time to haul ass. Luca clambered from the dumpster, stumbling to his knees. He was up like a shot and running, sprinting toward home as fast as he could. Beacon Pines flew by, blurred by the tears that welled up in his eyes. He wouldn't remember getting home at all that night. Throwing his front door open, storming up the stairs to his room and surrendering to sleep almost as abruptly as he hit his pillow. Chapter 3. Finding a Friend. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
I finished jarring a mess of jam last night. So that'll need to be delivered into town today. Okay. What did you and Rollo get up to yesterday? Oh, nothing interesting. Hello? Calm down. No, of course not. It was the right thing to do. Start gathering, folks. I'll be right here. Right there. Are you sure there's anything you want to tell me about yesterday? Anything I want to tell you? Not really. We sort of ran around for a bit.
Gran's brow furrowed. She let out a long sigh. Her voice was quiet and even.
Have to go take care of something. You stay in the house for the day. Under no circumstances are you to leave. What? If I'm not back by dinner, there's stew in the icebox. But nothing. You were to stay here, understand? Yeah. Say it. I'll stay here till you get back. Good. Oh, and Luca? You left the icebox open yesterday. We're not made of money, you know. Fuck, I did leave the ice. Well, that was strange.
Luca was desperate to check in with Rollo. Until Gran returned, he was trapped. An eerie electronic sound echoed from Luca's bedroom.
Is anyone there? Hello? Rollo, is that you? Over? Oh, hey Roxy. If this is about me accidentally kicking you yesterday, is Rollo here? No. Look at me, Luca. This is serious. Is Rollo here? No, I haven't seen him since yesterday. Rolo didn't come home last night. What?
A pit formed in Luca's stomach.
Where was the last place you saw him? We were playing around in Weepwood. And then it was late and we went home. Weepwood? If he's alive, I'm going to kill him, that little creep. Is there anything else? Anything that he said?
Luca's mouth felt dry.
No, we were just messing around. I need to let the people know to check the woods. You stay out of trouble. Go see if he's hiding in the library or something.
Luca could feel his heart beating in his throat.
Rolo, where are you? Bert, have you seen Rolo? Nope. Though I've mostly been talking to clipboards. We're setting up a lot of stuff for the festival. One said he had to process some answers. I told him that was fine. I'll wait here till he gets back. Howdy, Luca. Hello again, Pete. Not Pete, you silly goose. It's Toby. You could have fooled me. Well, hey, it's no problemo. Important thing here is we'd love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, I'm getting that impression. We're all a part of something special, Luca. It all starts right here in Big Pines.
Toby looked up from the clipboard excitedly.
That's right. So how about you start telling me? But no offense, I've got my own stuff to check out. God, you joker. We're all a part of this together. You'll let us know when you're free to answer a few questions. Yeah, characters. We really need to get back to work. Just a couple more minutes. Roxy said she'd be here, then she'd be here. I don't see why I'm standing around, doing nothing, waiting for Roxy. I could be standing around, doing nothing, and getting paid for it. Come on, Lumi, Roxy needs our help. My parents wouldn't listen. No offense, but isn't Rolo always getting into trouble? Something feels different this time. What can we do to help? We need to check where the adults aren't. So I guess it's up to us to check the Weepwoods. Our shift doesn't end for another couple of hours. We could spend the time making posters. That would be great, I guess. Right, Fids and I will check out the Weepwoods. We'll be back later to pick up the posters. I think my dad has a map of Weepwood. Let's swing by my house and grab it before we head out. What's this about missing a child? I must stress the situation is completely under control. It seems so terrible. Are you sure there's nothing we can do to help? Nonsense, young Mr. Cotter. Young Mr. Cotter will turn up safe and sound, I am certain. You just focus on settling in. I trust my sister has applied to you with suitable lodging. Oh yes, Miss Valentine has always been more than accommodating. We're just telling our daughter Beck that... Now, where did she run off to?
Kato volunteered at the library during the summers. He wasn't very social, so he'd dedicate each summer to becoming an expert in a single subject, making him a reliable source of very particular knowledge. If you were to ask Kato something he didn't know, he'd escape into the dusty old bookshelves and return with just the right thing. Kato was lost in his reading, Luca crooked his neck to see the title, Introduction to Melitology.
Ahem. Oh, you have such a cute voice. Oh, hi, Luca. You snuck up on me. Good book? Don't know, just
He
started.
gestured to the shelves.
I'm really running out of books I haven't read yet. So now it's on to the wonderful world of bees. Turns out bees are pretty cool. For instance, do you know that 70% of bees actually live in underground tunnels? Or that two queens are in a hive? They'll fight to the death for supremacy? Fight. That's interesting, but you haven't seen a Rolo around, have you? Not since yesterday. Keep an eye out for him, okay? Sure thing. If I see him, you'll be the first one to know. Hey Jace. Oh hey Luca. Did Rolo come by? No. I was actually surprised. He's usually here early in the day when the new issue drops. Rolo's the biggest fan of Hankatonk fan I know. Besides myself, that is. Well, if he does swing by, tell him to meet me you know where. I don't know where. He knows where. Oh, roger that, Space Cadet.
There were rarely any actual new additions, simply a variety of existing content rotated into the front display each week.
Oh, hi, Becca. What kind of monster puts candy behind a locked door? Oh, hey, Mr. Nuncreed works weird hours sometimes. Of course he does. How about you? When do I work? No, what's your name? Luca Van Horn. You new here? Yep, not by choice.
Beck's family moved often, giving her little time to establish any real connections. She would tell you she prefers it that way.
I'm looking for my friend Rolo. He didn't come by here last night. So he's missing? I guess so. Like, missing? Does that thing sort of happen a lot around here?
Luca shifted his feet uncomfortably.
Well, that sucks. Yeah. So I should probably get going. Hey, wait up. What?
Beck pulled a coin from her pocket.
I'm coming with you. What? So says the unlucky penny. Unlucky. Yep, well, technically it landed on heads. Leave this kid and to find his friend alone. But I always do the opposite. Oh, that's kind of like me and Rolo. I guess Rolo is my unlucky penny. But it settles it. A person should never be left out with that unlucky penny. Let's go find him. The name's Beck. Pleasure to meet you, Beck. I suppose I could use some help. Try to keep up. Oh. Dang, they boarded the way in.
Luca felt a chill as he approached Beck. Her eyes were locked on the strange green liquid. The nearby grass was coated in a fine layer of frost.
Well, the next obvious step is science. So what does science suggest? Poke it with a stick.
Luca watched as Beck dipped a broken tree branch into the goo. Beck's eyes widened as flowers grew from the dead wood. First small buds, which quickly bloomed into vibrant petals.
What the? Cool.
As quickly as they had grown, the flowers began to shrivel and turn gray. Beck dropped the stick with a grunt of disgust.
Okay. So science tells us this gunk is weird as hell. Yeah, it seems dangerous. Hey Tish, look what Tad dragged in. Yup. I don't have time for this right now, Iggy. Aw, don't say things like that. You hurt Tish's feelings. Ain't that right, Tish? Yep. It looks fine to me. Why, hello, I don't think we have been properly introduced. Iggy's the name, and this is my compatriot Tish. Yep. You've probably heard of us. Can't say I have. I'll forgive you this once on account of you being new around here. Why would you hang out with this dud? Oh, he seems pretty alright. Iggy, why do you have to be so... you? He even told you that his parents skipped out on him? Shut up. It's true, he got tired of having such a pathetic kid and left him. Iggy, I'm gonna say this one time. Don't talk about my family. Huh. Well, it looks like who's grown a background now that a girl's around. First his pop croaked. This one finally couldn't take it anymore and bounced.
Iggy took a step towards Luca, his sneer lit by the glowing puddle. Beck could see tears welling in Luca's eyes, his fists clenched. Some things about Beacon Pines were very different from the city. But a bully from a hayseed town is really no different from a city bully. Beck took a deep breath and thought.
Gosh. Well, you're gonna regret this later.
Well, time to bust out the strange.
Alright, Luca. Looks like you need a little bit of a mud bath. What's wrong with you, new kid? We're about to pound your friend.
Beck stared in silence, the only sign of life being the twitch of an eye.
Weird when people don't talk. Yep. Stop being a weirdo. Hello? Are you some kind of a wackadoo? Makes sense, wackadoos travel in packs, eh,
At
Dud?
the sight of Iggy taunting Beck, something in Luca snapped. Iggy's smirk shifted to a look of shock as Luca launched himself into his stomach. Iggy's clothes were drenched in the glowing ooze.
Jerk, my clothes are ruined.
Iggy's
I'm gonna...
voice began to slur as he struggled to get up.
I don't feel so good. Yeah? I'm sorry, I just... Oh, shit. Yup. Anything else around here? We have to follow back. That was intense. Iggy's gonna be okay, right? Nothing about this
The
seems
person
okay.
at the warehouse, this strange ooze, and what it did to Iggy. Was Rollo caught up in all of this?
Have to find Rollo. You took words out of my mouth. Whoa there, little buddies. You startled me. What the dickens are you doing at this part of town? We were just helping looking for Rollo. Oh, you haven't heard the good news? Rollo showed up safe and sound a bit ago. Really? So where was he? Funny, really? You just got a little turn around in the woods. This could be disoriented, you know? I'm starting to get that impression. Rose at his house, getting some well-deserved rest. Wow, that's a relief. You two should scurry along before you get lost yourselves. Yeah, come on, Beck. Can't wait to introduce you to Rolo. Oh, that reminds me. Luca, your grandmother was looking for you. She was? She was worried sick. You should march straight home. I guess. Beck, your folks might be worried too. I'll walk you home. I need to talk with Nellie about work anyway.
Beck glanced toward Luca.
Guess all's well that ends well. I'll want you to roll it tomorrow. Sure. Glad he's okay.
Rolo was safe. A wave of relief washed over Luca, which was quickly replaced by a sense of dread. Gran is going to kill me. If he hurried, he might just make it home before sundown. Chapter 4. Our harvest awaits. Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath. Luca was alone. The house was empty. Luca was sitting by the pond, listening to small waves lap against a rock. His father sat in a folding chair in front of him. Without turning, he spoke. "Why don't you grab me some nice bait?" "Sure thing, Dad." Luca hopped over to the tackle box and popped open the lid. Inside was a rolling, buzzing mass. "We're fishing with bees?" Luca's father gave a warm chuckle. "Well, you catch more fish with bees than honey. Pick us out a good one." Luca closed his eyes and plucked out a bee. He could feel its wings struggle between his finger and thumb. Holding it at arm's length, he hurried over. His father deftly baited the hook and examined his work. Interesting choice. With a practiced flick of the wrist, the line buzzed in a graceful arc. The water accepted it without a splash or ripple. The wrong choice, but I respect it. The pond began to freeze over. Sometimes we gotta make the wrong choice before we can make it right. Pallid ice propagated across the still surface with an alarming speed. Luca scrambled back as the ground beneath him turned cold. "Dad, I don't understand." "Sorry, kiddo. Understanding isn't always part of the deal." The relentless ice shot through the fishing line toward his father. "Dad, look out!" His father casually wound the reel. "None of it's your fault, you know. Never was." "Dad, we have to go!" Luca grabbed his father's shoulders, trying to pull him away. "Please, you have to run!" The ice crackled as it spread across his father's hands. That's the thing about fishing, Luca. His chest began to crystallize. You toss your hook in, and you never know what you're gonna pull out. A shock of searing cold ran up Luca's arms. He gave one last desperate tug. The chair tipped backwards in a single frozen mass. Luca tried to stop the momentum, but it was too late. He watched the icy form of his father slam into the hard ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces that crowded around his feet. "Dad, I don't understand. What does all this mean?" The gentle rustle of leaves was the only reply. Luca's eyes struggled to focus on the walkie-talkie.
Rolo?
Faintly, he could hear Rolo amongst the noise.
Luca? Rolo, is that you? Luca. Rolo? Rolo, it's the middle of the night. Luca, thank God. Listen, I don't know how long this thing will work down here. Down here?
Lolo's voice was coming through more clearly now, but some words were still just static.
Listen to me, someone grabbed me yesterday. What? The men in the Hadman suit? It was... took me to some sort of... I think I'm underground. Underground? Are you okay? Kinda. They seem more interested in Blunt from now, at least. Mr. Kerr said you made it back home safe. Kerr? No, but trust... He's... Hold on, someone's coming.
The signal went silent.
Where are
Luca
you?
held still, waiting for a response, his pounding heartbeat marking the passage of time.
Yeah, I think they're gone. Getting worse. I can
Lolo's
barely
voice
hear you.
began to fade.
Losing signal. Not much time. Mission control. He needs it. The treehouse. The treehouse.
With that, the signal died for good.
Extra signal. Rolo, you're
Luca
a
grabbed
genius.
the walkie-talkie and sprinted to the treehouse. Luca heard a group of footsteps approaching. He dashed behind the bushes to avoid being spotted.
And so we all understand our roles. You can count on me. I think we need more time. This wasn't the original plan.
Mr. Tolliver paused, shifting his eyes to one side.
We're all in danger now. I, for one, refuse to sit idly by while that danger persists. Here, Em. You just keep your wits about you.
Mr. Tolliver took one long, quiet breath.
You're right. You can count on me. I just wish we could deal with... Or we could have made that deal with Eris Valentine. Her resources would have still come in handy. As I said, no time to contact her after your call this morning. Plans change. How's Luca holding up? He's fine. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this is all... I know very well what all of this is for. We have no choice. Operation Sparkplug has a new objective. Are we in
The three
agreement?
shared a determined look.
Good. We'll reconvene after the festival. Were you meeting with Miss Fratelli and Mr. Tolliver late at night? Luca? Fucking Damn. Dawn, you scared me. How long have you been there? Oh, just a few minutes. Early today, Mr. Tolliver and your grandmother entered the diner together. When my shipment was over at the newsstand, and left, so I used the grits tool of any investigate reporter. Fine. When they left, I tailed them here. What do you think they're up to? Whatever it is, they seem organized and determined. They mentioned the festival. Yeah, I heard that too. Gran has been doing anything different recently? Anything strange? She got a phone call this morning and rushed out the door. Call from Herman Tolliver, it seems. She was either furious or terrified. Or both. I think we might be in the middle of the scoop of a lifetime. I will. Aren't you coming out? No, I'm gonna stick out here for a bit longer. See ya, Luca. Goodbye. Did it. I changed the sign. Splendid. Did anyone see you? I don't believe so. You were right. It was simple enough to just rearrange the letters. Odd choice for a prank, though. In situations such as these, odd
The
is
two
good.
boys shared a mischievous grin.
Wait for everyone to see the big reveal. It should be quite memorable. Let's face it, make ourselves scarce for now. Alright, hold on just a second. I'm gonna check this real quick. I can struggle now and then clear. Alright, sorry for the delay on that. Here, look it up. Just put it on top of it. Rolo, are you there? At the treehouse now, Rolo. Mr. Chris said you were alright. What happened out there? Dang it, Rolo, where are you? Who's there?
Luca could only see a cloaked shape behind the rocket.
I've got weapons in here. Better come
He
right
strained to hear as a muffled voice began.
Heard something that's
Fear
already dead.
gripped Luca's throat.
Iggy. What, you don't recognize me? Guess I don't
Luca
recognize
stared at the
myself
ground
anymore.
for a moment, trying to place the dampened voice. The figure shifted slowly from behind the rocket, revealing itself to Luca.
I'm a monster. Now they hunt me like the beast I am.
Luca reached over empathetically. Iggy's tone jolted to dejected anger.
Don't touch me. This is all your fault.
Luca slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by guilt.
So sorry. I didn't mean to. I lost control. You can control yourself for a second. And I get to be like this forever. There must be a way to fix this. Oh, you gotta be my savior? Perfect little Luca saved the day. This positive attitude and the power of friendship. None of this matters, there's no time. They're after me. They chased me all the way through Wheatwood. I only came here to hide. Hide from who? Who's after you? Rolo? It's not safe, Luca. Rolo, the treehouse. I'm at the treehouse, Rolo. Where are you? No, Luca, the treehouse isn't safe. They said they were going to the treehouse. I was trying to tell you to stay away from the treehouse. Ooh, the clipboards. What did I tell you? Those perennial harvest wackadoos are after me. They've been chasing me, questioning at me. What sort of questions? Same stuff they always do, but it's different now. Less asking, more threatening. I'm gonna figure this out, Iggy. Yeah, well, thanks. Hello? Is anyone try to in this outdoor field? Dumb stuff. Crap, they found me. Oh shit, there's a lot of them. Hello, Mr. Van. We would love to hear your thoughts. Do you have a time for informational chat? We will be brief. Your time is valuable to us. I'll be down in a second. Of course. Here's the problem. You gotta get out of there. Is it them? Yeah, it's the clipboards. A bunch of them. How many? Maybe all of them? Yeah, you were right. They were saying the same stuff, but with a creepy knob cranked to 10. Might young Iggy be present? We would love to hear his thoughts. Run.
Iggy slumped to his knees.
What to do? I'm just so tired. But what do we do?
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed for the window.
Follow my lead.
Luca and Iggy climbed up the back of the treehouse to its roof, where Rolo had constructed his MCDC, the Mission Control Defense Cannon. From behind the crowd of clipboards, William Kerr strode forward, a warm smile on his face.
Hey, there you are. You gave us heck of a scare. Go away, leave me alone. I'm sorry, Iggy, no can do. Don't worry though, we're here to help. Help? Then why were you chasing me? Luca, can you talk some sense into your pal here? Look at him, he's not well. What's wrong with him? What did that gunk do to him? Well, that's a pretty honkin' big question, Luca. All you need to know is that he's sick. He's real sick, Luca. You need to let us up there and take care of him. Told me Rolo was okay. He was back at his place. He is, poor fellow got a little lost. That was a lie. That's a hurtful thing to say, Luca. I thought we were buddies. Why? Because he lets you ramble on like a wackadoo? No one likes you, you creep.
Her smile faltered.
Why don't you pop down here? We can have it so we can have a face-to-face. Yelling like this is gonna give us a heck of a sore throat. And who
Luca's
wants
grip
that?
tightened on the MCDC.
What did you do with Rolo, you liar? Shucks, Luca. The only tiny fib I told you was that he was home. He is resting, and is perfectly safe. For now, at least. What happens to him next is up to you, Luca. Look around. You're in quite a pickle, and I'm the only person in the whole wide world who can help you. You could decide how this ends.
Luca's mind raced. He was caught in a trap. What do you do when there's no hope? He wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca?
Now I only have one option, fight.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Fight. He swung the mission control defense cannon around, aiming it confidently at the smirking face of William Kerr.
Hey,
Luca
Mr.
summoned
Kerr.
his most insolent demeanor.
Rolo sends his regards. He missed. Hey, that's uncalled for. More than a little rude, and just plain unsanitary. Luca, I didn't really think we were good pals. What a shame it's
Kerr
come to
turned
this.
his back on the two boys.
And this.
With a nonchalant wave of the hand, he made his exit. As the clipboards began to slowly advance on the treehouse, Luca looked to Iggy with resignation in his eyes. The end. That escalated quickly. Maybe discretion was the better part of valor here. Let's put a pin in this for now.
We can jump to this one.
This is a story about struggle. Luca could hear a machine humming somewhere nearby. He felt around wildly, searching for something, anything that could help. His hands found a hard object, maybe a tile? He yanked it free, lifting the cold stone. Let me go! Luca swung the tile as hard as he could at the shape that still held fast to his leg. He heard the crack of glass as the stone hit the assailant's mask. With a muffled yelp, the hand let go. Luca was free and scrambled to the door. He never looked back once on the long run home. Chapter 3. Everything's fine. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chew.
So I sort of poked around town. I've set the jam down by the front door. There's 2 batches to drop off. One for Mr. Tolliver at the bag at the NWAG. Another is for Miss Fratelli at the diner. Oh, and Mr. Nuncreed? He said he wanted some more. I suspected as much. He seems to have taken a particularness in my jam. There's some extras in the basket for that enthusiastic gentleman. Just make sure Fratelli and Tolliver get the top ones. Off with you now, while that day's still young. Hello, it's Juniper Hartford. Before you hang up, just hear me out. I have a business proposition. The simplest matter is that we both have the same problem that needs solving. Very well, we can meet tonight. Okay, sorry about yesterday. Kid could be so annoying. Good news, no more boring chores for me today. Did you make it to the old Valentine warehouse? So, what'd you find? Give me the dirt. Something happened there. There was someone else there. What? Who was it? Was it aliens? Knew it'd be aliens. No. Zombies? No. Alien zombies? What else could it possibly be? Well, I'm gonna deliver these to town first. We can catch up after. Ooh. Is it a whole thing? Sounds like a whole thing. Yeah, we shouldn't talk about it here. Meet at the treehouse tonight? Hear about this treehouse that you speak of. Immediate mission control? Roger that, Space Cadet. Trust you have time
Eris
to check.
Valentine, oldest of Sharper Valentine's children, and heir to the Valentine fortune, had a way of making questions seem like demands.
Certainly. What seems to be the
Mr.
problem?
Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Eris, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper.
Couldn't help but notice. The front page of this morning paper was consumed with stories about this silly festival. Well, yes. That is the news of the day. There was no mention of the museum, nor the foundation through which it was endowed. Sorry, Miss Valentine. My readers are more interested in this town's future rather than one family in particular. There was a time, Mr. Wilder, when the goings-on of my family was the only thing this town cared about. Things change, ma'am. You know change is dangerous. If you finish that thought, I will make them a little permanent fixture of your anatomy. My apologies. Good day, Miss Valentine. Did I give you...
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle.
Well, good day, Mr. Wilder. A little general advice. Do you have a Yep. Correct. And you're studying. Like they say, early bird gets the proper education required for a successful life fulfilling career. And like, yeah. Sure.
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining apples. More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple.
Hello.
With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell. He
no bother, no
leaned
bother.
forward and lowered his voice.
Something for me?
He leaned in a bit further. Mr. Tolliver leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear. He reached forward and snapped up the jars of jam, giving Luca a little wink. He leaned in for a final whisper.
Oh, that's a history museum. Oh, interesting.
We all know Beacon Pines is a great town. What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Sharper Valentine. Young Sharper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, A better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here, in Beacon Pines. And how does one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But then tragedy struck, a scientific experiment gone wrong. An accident which took Shopper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to pick up the pieces. But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Sharper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Remembrance Fund.
That was unhelpful.
Dawn had dreams of becoming a big-time reporter. At night, she searched for the story that could be her big break. By day, she hawked papers at the newsstand.
Good kid. Yeah, I came from the big city. My parents both got jobs here. Get this, one of them is working for William Kerr at Perennial Harvest. The other one's working for Eris Valentine. And the Valentines represent Beacon Pines' past. Perennial Harvest positions itself as its future. Must make for some interesting dinner table conversations, I can imagine. It isn't my little favorite jam runner.
She leaned forward and pinched Luca's cheek.
Bones. We're not feeding you. She is, it's just, I understand. You know, I taught your mama how to cook back in the day. You may not even remember, but you and her used to help out in the diner. See that picture over there? It's you helping your mom back in the day. So cute running around the little apron taking orders. Her situation breaks my heart. What happened to her all now? Ooh, break. Ooh.
Luca shifted the basket uncomfortably. Mrs. Fratelli lifted the cloth and inspected the jam. She carefully lifted out her jars of jam.
If I could be left alone, young Van Horn. Oh, sure, sorry to bother you. Okay. It's just that Mr. Kerr has asked me to make an opening speech at the festival. Being married, all you might expect me to be a charismatic speaker. Truth is, I'm terribly nervous. Never really think I'm cut out for this sort of thing. Cut out for being mayor? Or for public speaking? Both, I suppose. I never really chose any of this. It's more of a duty to my family. For our legacy. Sounds like a heavy burden. As for the festival, just speak from your heart. I'm sure it'll be great. Got some care for you, Miss Jungley. Luca, you seem chipper. Well, aside from being on delivery duty, it's
Mr.
been a-
Nuncreed eyed Luca for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
I suppose it is. So, do you want your jam? Alright. Usually Juniper goes off herself. I guess she's busy today. Anyway, this is my last delivery of the day. Oh,
Nuncreed snatched the basket from Luca.
if this is the last delivery of the day, I'll hold on to the basket next time I see you, Graham. Hey, you. Anchovies or pineapple? What? Don't think. Just answer. Pineapple? Why? How old are you? Well, perfect, follow me. Who are you? Anyone ever tell you ask too many questions? Just keep up, okay? Fucking hell. Back? What just happened? Well, hey, what a crazy coincidence. Here's my new friend I was just telling you about. Oh, that's wonderful. Yep, we just hit it off. Oh, really? Get this, his favorite taping in the whole world. Pineapple. Oh, what's your friend's
Beck
name?
locked eyes with Luca. The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Luca Van Horn, nice to meet you. Oh, this is Ilana. We're Beck's parents.
Beck gave Luca a quick nudge.
As I can tell me about you. Feels like we've known each other for years. So you can stop. So both of you can stop obsessing about me making friends. Oh, darling, we never doubted you. It's just that for children with fewer than 5 close friends, the probability of a stunted development doubles. Well, 1 down, 4 to go, I guess. What Nelly means is that we just want this move to be as easy on you as possible. You can relax. A friend has been friended. This calls for celebration. Look, you must join us for dinner tonight. Dinner? Wow, another coincidence. I actually already asked him, and he said he would love to. It's just wonderful. I guess we should pick up some groceries. Getting into too much trouble now. Wow, I can't believe that word. Thanks a ton. You're welcome. I owe you one. I mean, it's great and all, but it just can be a bit nuts sometimes. Our house is a little college next to the big mansion place. Wait, you live on Valentine Estate? Yeah, that's the spot. Maybe by their big creepy gate. Don't be late. We're back on square one with the whole friend group. Great, see you there. I guess it's this way? Oh, hello. Good morning, Jeff.
What's so good about it? Another day further down the tubes, if you ask me.
Not that bad. Festival's coming up.
Ha, the festival. My Valentine's used to put on shinings all the time. Where that goes.
Well, it's Perennial Harvest putting on this one. They're doing it for the whole town.
As far as I see it, the difference between the Valentine Company and the new Perennial Harvest.
Jeff dug through his pockets for a bit.
Difference between this empty soup can and this bound banana. They're both garbage.
Exactly.
Ooh. I think it's this way. So who lives in that house? Eris and Gus Valentine grew up there, and Solomon moved in a few years back. Little creepy little kid in the vest. Yeah, sounds like the one. Just 3 people in that huge thing. But a bunch of shady stuff happens all the time in a place like that. Not really, the Valentines pretty much keeps to themselves. It's so empty and boring. Pretty much. What a waste. My mom said it used to be way busier back before Sharper died, before the foul harvest. That's like the 5th time someone mentioned this foul harvest thing. And all of you use it the same ominous tone. Eventually, you're gonna explain to me how that harvest got all fouled up. But we can't keep my parents waiting anymore. This way.
Most kids would have ditched me by this point. Why are you still here? You look like you could use some help. You know what, Luca? You're not so bad. Get through this simply as possible. Just eat, smile, and nod. Fun. Wait, whatever you do, don't bring up their work. I think I can handle
Beck
that.
took a long breath, then gave a firm nod.
There goes nothing.
Chapter 4. Dinner with the Moodwills. Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change, relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love, couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that.
So, Luca, tell us a bit about yourself. Where do you live? Oh, I live with my grandma, over on the other side of the river. Your grandma? Where are your parents at? Back, manners. That's alright. My dad passed away in an accident at the fertilizer plant 6 years back. Ah, foul harvest, got it. Oh dear, my mom's been missing for a few months now. Like, missing?
Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence.
Luca, how did you like the pizza? Oh, it was good. Very good. Normally we'd have to put some more effort
Ilona
into it.
nervously gestured toward the boxes.
Fully settled in and Beck mentioned that it's your favorite. I'm sorry, we were just skipping the part where he said his mom was missing. Back. Sorry, Luca. This move has
Luca wiped his face with his sleeve.
No, it's fine. Beck said you had moved here for work.
Beck gave Luca a swift kick under the table.
Brings you Beacon Pines. You were right the first time. We're here for work. Nellie won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist. I don't know about brilliant, but I love it. She's brilliant. Randall Harvest just made her the newest lead researcher of deep engineering. Make it sounds like more impressive than it is. I'm just happy to make a difference in the world. Blah, I can't freaking read. Randall Harvest is at the forefront of evolving agriculture. Into something more useful than sprinkling water and excrement on the ground.
Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath.
What Nellie means, Luca, is that there are different ways of growing plants. Yes, some people talk to their plants and hope for the best, and some people happily leave their jobs to allow their loved one to pursue their dreams. So
Beck
are you
slammed
getting-
her fist into the table, perhaps harder than she intended.
Luca, how about some dessert? Actually, you have to meet my
Luca
friend,
glanced outside
Rose.
to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Looks like there's a storm brewing. I should get going. Oh, I didn't think there was any rain in the almanac. Yeah, almanacs aren't that useful. around
Luca
here.
wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
Thank you for the pizza. It was really good. See you at the festival, Beck. Wait up. I'll walk you home.
Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rollo could be prickly around new people, but Beck seemed cool. Rollo would warm up to her eventually, probably.
Good end of
If it rumbled, she wouldn't, I assume. And then if they broke, they would probably go. She would probably come along with and would have her story with her. So I'm gonna go with that.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Sure, you can meet Rolo. You're not going home? No, I promised Rolo I'd tell him
Luca
about.
stopped himself mid-sentence.
Tell him what? Spit it out, bub. We're thick as thieves now. This is your secret. You gotta tell me. Okay. You gotta come to the treehouse and I'll tell you both what happened.
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So you're telling me nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spiked gate, looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even smells
Beck
shady.
grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you decayed nightmare eyes. You will reveal your secrets to me. Oh shit. What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. God, are you serious? Eris Valentine. Who is she talking to? Shh. You return that suit in working order. Of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. That means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. There are sometimes comes to suspend hostilities. I'll deal with our common threat. This is what I'm talking
Beck's
about.
voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. You don't understand that when all of this inevitably fails, I will deny everything. I wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part in this and I'll let me handle the rest. I can't wait to see the look in that rude cursed face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with this potential collateral damage. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that change is painful. Oh no. No. Wow, I was expecting shady. That's just flat out supervillain talk. Don't mind me asking, why? Why are you doing all
The
of this?
mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Family. No way. What? She was the one that grabbed me? You're kidding.
A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
Answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, just keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in rousing suspicion.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night. Chapter 5. What big ears you have. Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
Wrong. Look like you've seen a ghost. Why are you so scared of the old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my gran. That was your gran? Yeah. Okay, well... Sure, there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all this. Let's go to the treehouse and figure out things there. Lead the way. For the last time, there's nothing to worry about. Of course, we're not
The
worried.
clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing out our T's. Maybe try read mind in your own P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
Anything you need knowing, you'll know it. Absolutely. If you'll just sign here acknowledging everything is accurate, we'll be out of your hair in a flash. Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. Would you like my eternal soul as
The
well?
clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Hi, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, let me give you some advice. Next time someone you ask to hear your thoughts, give him a give him a good hard bop right in the kisser. But Grant just tells me to keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. Your Grand is a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, you better run along home now. Too dark out to be wandering on your own.
Jeff's hardware closed down about a year ago. The effects of the foul harvest stretched wide. When there are no crops in the field, tractors don't need fixing.
Oh, see you tomorrow, Z. Oh, just thought it was a little long. Pretty good for sure. Well, the customer's always right. See you tomorrow. Okay, wait, cool. What are you? I'm gonna go in. Did you see Chloe? The question is, they could do entirely. Interesting. Okay, I know what she's. That's like an interesting game mechanic. Oh,
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
All come together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without
The
you.
mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
Not so sure about that. Nonsense. That reminds me, I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yes, she has been indisposed as of late. She doesn't much like me, does she? Oh no, that's not it at all. She's just been busy. Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass my thanks to her. The History Museum adds a real air of importance to the whole affair. We couldn't very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pines without including Valentine's. My father was a great man. Darn tootin' he was.
Kerr locked his arm on Gus's shoulder.
I mean the entire Valentine family. Present company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. William, why are you doing all this? Gosh, I've never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just the festival. All of this. There's gotta be 100 down on their luck towns out there. Why is Perennial Harvest so interested in helping Beacon Pines? You know what I love most about agriculture business? Seeds. Seeds? Yep. Little bundles
With a
of potential.
glimmer in his eye, Kurt gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat a seed right, nurture it, feed it, it'll grow into something truly special. See potential here? Undoubtedly. You see, the seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge. A right leadership, of course. Oh. Good night, Mr. Valentine. Bitch. This is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further on from here. Hi Kai, how you doing? This is Beacon Pines. It is a storytelling game. It's a little different than other storytelling games that I've seen. So let me get to the next scene after this kind of motion thing, and I'll explain a little further because it's really cool. So what is your buddy Rollo like? Rollo, he's Rollo. Not particularly helpful? Sorry, I've never thought about it. Lots of energy, he's funny, even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the harvest. It's about time you tell me what this damn foul harvest thing is. It's kind of a long story. Well, hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company called the Valentines. They were kind of a big deal. Oh, big deal fertilizer. It was a big deal to us. Their family really worked. Farmers loved it. The Valentines grew and grew. The Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used his fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing but around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died. Something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was in the water, or air, or soil. Nobody knows. But all the crops died. Everyone blamed the Valentines. The foul harvest. Yep. Valentine fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. Next year the crops came back. Something was different. If you plant a crop and do everything right, it's sort of crapshoot whatever happens. Does anyone know why? Nope. I take it Rollo's farm got the short end of the stick? Yet for some reason their farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn initiative? Yep. First thing they did was give up the town a deep scrub. They even put up in hotels one town over for a week while they decontaminated the groundwater. We better get going. Alright, cool. So this game here, this is Beacon Pines. It is a storytelling game where your choices matter, but throughout the story, they will give you your choices to you. So if I press B here, I have this tree that is growing, and through different story beats, I have different options to choose, and not all options are available to you. So at this part of the story, I only had one option, which was to fight, which led me to a dead end. Couldn't do anything with it. But that dead end did give me another option to a different story. I think I actually got Rumble in this scenario. So each one of these has a bunch of different split offs and do different things. So like here, Chill went one way, Shit went another way. Or I think Chill was this way, Shit was the other way. And it just branches up and upward as this weird story of a town of a mysterious company. Or two different mysterious companies, and a bunch of bad things are going around. Lots of radioactive shit going on. So.
about time. I was about to go home, give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rolo. I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Rolo waggled his head with pride.
You'll find we spared no expense in construction. I've seen worse looking piles of junk. Thanks. Hey Luca, you know this about the security concerns we talked about? Yeah? While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe these days. Oh, that's pretty sus. I didn't need to hear that. Always. I have a brick now? Are you kidding me? Where'd you get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Jeff who trades junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice. So, pretty sweet security, right? It was imaginative, I'll give you that. Luca, we sure we can trust this new recruit? I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess. Oh, Luca, you promised to fill me in on the Valentine warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
Like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the plate was lit up and active. Maybe they were squatters. I don't think so. Seemed more organized. Then a man pulled me in. I saw some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. And they were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. Then it could have been a woman. How did you get away? I grabbed a rock and broke their mask. They let it go and I ran. Dang. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. That's the other part. On our way back here, Beck and I saw Eris Valentine meeting with Gran, wearing the same sort of
Rolo
hazmat
let out
suit.
a low whistle.
There went. That's. Ugh. And they weren't there for idle chit chat. There was proper Chandelisteine meetup. Let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit. And then you saw Gran in the same suit talking to Eris Valentine. Pretty much. I'm beginning to think this town is kind of awesome.
Rolo and Luca shot back a look.
No offense. So, we can logically conclude aliens, or alien zombies, have infiltrated our town. And their leader is your Gran. She's trying to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it couldn't have been my Gran at the warehouse. I broke the person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged. But she was definitely hiding something. Maybe. Your Gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around and all day making jam. What could she possibly have? wonder if it's the other guy that's really weird. No. We haven't talked much since she's moved in. Moved in? Your gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months back to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your gran before? Not really, no. Been years since I'd seen her. Luca, don't take this the wrong way. But are you sure your gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
Just saying. Sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. We could say the same thing about your family. But you're right. Luca, your gran is hiding something. And Pa always says, folks only bury stuff worth digging up. You need to investigate your house. My gran is really hiding something. Don't you think we would have noticed by now? That's kind of the point of hiding something. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you tomorrow when the coast is clear. We can start getting to the bottom of this. I'm always game for a good snoop. You can count me in.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair. Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
What time is it? The narrator voice acting? Yeah, that's upsetting. Okay, so in the very, very beginning of the game, I was told that this closet is locked because Granny doesn't want me to see something that's in there. That I'm like too young for it, so she's obviously hiding something in there. Rollo, what on earth is that? That ridiculous thing on your head. Oh, this? It helps me think. You're gonna need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this cave wide open. The coast clear? Yep, whatever she's been up to this week, it's keeping her busy most of the day. Very well. The game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
If I were Gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secret? Perhaps where you might least expect.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Aha!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assume anything that dusty isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detective knows not too much to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! She lit a fire in order to burn the evidence. She keeps that fire going every day, Rollo. Drat. Maybe I'm already too late. Just think of the amounts of documents lost to ash. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Luca, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go? Yeah, the closet upstairs. Called it. So maybe it stands to reason that we should check there first. No dice, it's locked. Very well. Or well. Look who stands to reason now. I have no idea where the key is. If it really is important, she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? Anything else? She has her berry bushes. Who has ever thought, I'm going to take this important thing and huck it in a bush? True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary.
Well, she's always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter anyway, I can't reach the
A
latch.
look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
Right, Rolo? This is your time to shine. Ah, yes. Called upon my expert detective skills. Oh, I shall proceed
Before
with...
he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rolo's back.
Hey, this isn't my kind of idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick. Every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standing. Stop complaining and hold still. Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss. But the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah. I don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey, let me just yank on this random teacup
As Beck
and...
pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click.
You're kidding me?
The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
Seems like your gran has been doing some remodeling. Dude, only two types of people have secret layers. Evil masterminds and superheroes. Which one to... We're about to find out. Okay, so more of an unhinged conspiracist vibe. Oh, wow. Yeah, this cannot be good. We need to look around before jumping to conclusions. So what do we have here? Our barrels marked caution explosive. And jam jars? There's enough jam to feed the whole town. What kind of incendiary jam is your gran making? Incendiary. So this is a charm. This is what allows me to have options in different parts of the story. She wouldn't have had me walk around town delivering bombs, right? Only one way to find
Rolo
out.
casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam. He
Huckleberries.
smacked his lips.
Into brown sugar. And... ink? What?
Rolo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
Aha.
Rolo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
Addressed to Miss Fratelli. A grand jam gram? It says last night I used the disguise Eris provided to scout the location. Timing window should be possible. Operation Spark Plug is a go. Are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can't be good. So more of a bombshell than a bomb, alright? You're new here, so I'll let it slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
What do you got there? It's my dad. Looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a
Luca
doctor?
nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rolo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it? One sec. Condensed documents, such as this, are a lot like a cheeseburger. Expect to skip right to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live. Wow, I had no idea you were in the presence of such a prominent scholar in dense documents and cheeseburgers. By all means,
He
proceed.
stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Ah, here we go. Follow-up examination. Terrence Wilby. Patient follows further signs of paleness and numbness. Body temperatures continue to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints. This is similar to symptoms to who go by Mrs. Wilsby just after a few days passed. Still waiting on lab results from
Rollo
Joseph.
looked up with heightened surprise.
Creepy. Yeah, that's kind of disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's Mr. Nuncree's name. Wait,
Rollo's finger traced across the page.
more scribbled in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims the tap water in his home has been contaminated, perhaps environmental. Lab results only raise more questions. Like he came back to this report later and made those notes. So maybe it's related to something
Rollo
else.
scanned through several more pages.
Here, writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. This disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast. And with his wife passing, Terrence's condition follows close behind. Exacerbated by both. Enough is enough. I need to take matters in my
Luca,
own hands.
staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say next?
Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
Where it ends. What? There has
Luca
to be more.
frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean, enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is bullshit.
Luca slammed the drawer shut. A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy. Is your gran a serial killer? 'Cause I'm starting to get that vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she tracked the movements of everyone in town. Out of the kindness of her heart. She put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncrete is a check mark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle. My moms are on both of you. Both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Harris has a question mark that has been crossed out. And Mr. Kerr has a bullseye. The killer has chosen her next victim. I don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good. This is fun.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Ooh, cool. This looks like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rollo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map. I can't fault that logic. Like there's even a pathway drawn on it. Starts at the entrance of town. And if
Rollo
we follow
carefully
it,
traced the path with his finger.
leads right to
He jabbed down at the end point.
Town Square. That's the fountain at the middle of Town Square. It's a weird place to hide treasure. Well, that doesn't look like treasure to me. The end of the path on the map is the same symbol as the explosive over here. So it's not hiding treasure. A real bummer. Oh, that thing you've been excited about for the past month? The festival? Oh. Did you just say gulp? This kind of feels like a gulp situation. Everyone will be gathered near the center of town. She's gonna blow up the festival. Not if we stop her. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
What was that? No, I heard it too. That was the front door. Which means someone just shut the front door. Which means someone's upstairs. Quiet. The lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence. A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs. The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump. 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 At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life. Rollo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth. It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure. With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground. From the dark corner, they saw something move. Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
Plugged him good, he's knocked
As
out
Beck
cold.
flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
They're Tolliver?
Chapter 7.
So, my thoughts now, so now that we know a distinction between the man that, from Luca's story that you missed, Kai, Luca nearly got away, or barely got away from a person wearing a weird mask, or like a hazmat suit. Someone else wearing a hazmat suit turned out to be his grandmother. The only distinction we have was that the first person, Luca was able to crack the mask. So we know that they're different. So my thought is that we also know that Gran is in cahoots with this guy and the diner lady. So I'm feeling that the person that grabbed Luca was this guy.
The interrogation of Hiram Tolliver.
No, the hazmat suit was an abandoned factory or just building in more of like deeper woods territory. Then we saw Gran in a hazmat suit talking with rich mansion house lady.
Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
Oh, really? You're only gonna give me one option here? Good cop, chill cop? You can't just... When am I gonna get the bad option?
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation. Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
Oh, I sure got my
He
bell
looked
rung.
over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. This is all a big mistake. What's going on here? Why do you have me strapped down? No one's fault, really. Rollo just got a little started. Rollo's here?
Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Well, alright. Mistakes happen. You gave kids all Haram a good scare. Just let me out of here and call it even.
Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tolliver, why are you in my grand's basement? Here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my grand up to? You cut me loose, I can show you. Oh, we know we can trust
Mr.
you.
Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
Luca, have I ever done wrong by you? No. Did your grand move to town? Haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah. Why would I turn my back on your family now? All this stuff seems pretty weird. A board with names of people from town, archived my dad's old disturbing patient
Luca
notes,
gestured to the corner.
barrel of explosives. I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. You kids deserve an explanation.
Luca looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. This'll all make sense in time.
He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
See, this town has secrets, Luca. A very dark past indeed.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
Past must be brought
He
to
punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
light. Son of a...
Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
You just lock this down here?
Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. Kids just keep tight down there. Let us adults handle
They
this.
looked bewildered at each other.
Play it cool, huh? I'm out back.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end.
So, this is an example of a bad ending. I've reached an
Well,
end of the
we
story.
certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board.
So I've been given more options, so let's see what we can do here. Rig, string. Okay, so still no fire is an option. Interesting. Where do we want to continue from here? We could continue this story. Because this one has potential. That one I don't think has much potential. This side of the tree has a very, very different story. Which would take some explaining to do. So,
let's just go with this one. So we were on our way back. Beck was gonna have us go walk us home with us, and she was gonna basically. She was also gonna be in tune with everything that you've seen so far. But I think this option makes her
Luca
not
began to
come with us.
respond, but the sky.
Sure you can make it home
Luca
before the storm
surveyed the
kicks off?
roiling clouds.
I'd say the odds are good. Maybe you stay here and I'll just make a break for
At
it.
that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Here to recalculate those odds. Very inside you two before you catch a cold. Oh, okay. Interesting. Guess crash here instead. So we don't get to see the. In this instance, we don't get to see Gran is involved with the rich people or has the hazmat suit. Luca, Nelly will keep trying to reach your Gran on the phone. In the meantime, you two hold tight. Sorry, not much to do up here. All my stuff's still in the boxes. Mind if I poke around? Be my guest. So, I guess we get to... pick that. So, we have a lot of different options here. So, I haven't been able to use Incendiary. I haven't been able to use Refuse. Shit is really funny. I've not been able to indulge either. So I feel like this, we just get to learn a little bit more about Beck. Wow. Will and I have a radio just like this at the treehouse. Probably not exactly like this one. Mom and I tore the whole thing down into bolts. Fitted it with some state-of-the-art vacuum tubes. Seems pretty awesome. She gets carried away sometimes. I think she feels guilty for working too much. So when she has some time for me, she showers me with high-tech overcompensation.
One of the toggles.
I bet you can get all sorts of stations with this. Not out here in the boonies. You wouldn't believe the stuff I could pick up back in the city. Around here, it's all farm reports and static. Ah, shucks.
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope.
Wild. What is it? Gum. Gum?
Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
I'm tracking the structural integrity of gum with increasing amounts of chewing. Chewed that one for 47 days.
Luca wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh.
Weird, I
Beck
know.
looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
You think it's weird, don't you? A little. But weird could be cool. Alright, what else? Anything else? Hello? Can I do anything else? Oh, this.
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime.
There we go. That's
He
fine.
flipped open the attached card.
Happy trails from Coach Walker and all the Fairview condos. Oh boy, you weren't kidding about poking around, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Was this from your old school? The most recent one, yeah. Some schools gave me going away cards. Some did flowers. Then they were really trying to feel good about themselves. They do both. So you've moved a lot. Yeah, that's the thing about having a brilliant parent. There's always a better job somewhere else.
flowers would last longer if you put them in some water. That's the sort of thing I would do if I cared. Cared enough to keep them is all. Luca, can I ask you something? Of course. Did that hurt? No, it was a fucking hero pose. Are you kidding? I'll be honest. That hurt a little more than I expected. At least you look cool doing it.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
You ever feel alone? Yes, dang, this kid this kid is dark. What the fuck? Like when people are around. Well, YOLO can be pretty absent-minded sometimes. I'm serious. You ever feel like your family doesn't care about what you want? I didn't used to feel that way. But I know Gran loves me, but sometimes when she looks at me, it's like she's looking at a problem.
Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
I know the feeling. How do you deal with that? Guess I haven't yet. One thing my dad always told me when I was little, don't hold a grudge, especially against yourself. You don't hold on at all, or if you try to hold it all in, you're gonna pop. So then, what do you do? When you don't know what to do. Dad never got to that part. Something I figured out on my own though. You gotta do something, anything. Here. What are you doing? I don't know, something. We're gonna register our complaints with this. We're gonna register our complaints with this one. Listen here, you miserable universe. Stop jerking me around. I want things to go back the way they were. Everyone tells me it's gonna be alright. Things are gonna change.
Let out a feral scream that echoed into the night.
Every time something changes, everything gets worse. Screw this town. Whoa. Let me try. Moving sucks. I hate it. I hate it. I hate that I hate it. Why can't I just deal with it and be happy for my mom? Why can't you just stay somewhere? Ah!
Strapped to a trembling whisper.
Just want to be a normal kid.
Beck brushed off her shirt and straightened up.
Yeah, it's interesting. I like it a lot. I'm glad I backed this game. So, for those who didn't know, I backed this game on Kickstarter like almost 2 years ago, because I saw a demo for it from a friend of mine who played probably the first 3 chapters where the game like first split up, and it got me hooked. So I'm going through new territory here, and it's awesome. Plus, I love this art style. I don't know what is familiar about it, but I love it. I think it's my connection that I'm like trying to remind me of. It kind of looks like stuff from Wakfu, if you've seen that before. Some of the more like conceptual painted art. Anyway, back to the sadness. Beck brushed off her shirt and straightened up. There. Wow, I actually feel a little better.
Abruptly as it began, the storm abated.
Thanks. I needed that. Me too. I should head out before rain starts up again. Sure, I'll walk you out. The place I see it the most is whenever Luca has his eye closed with his hand behind the desk. You're doing like a cheeky smile, is like kind of half laughing. See you and Rolo at the festival. Sounds good. Luca, don't let the universe jerk you around.
Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in. Chapter 5. Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue. the smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone, not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
He's gonna head to the treehouse, and Rollo's not gonna be there. Because last time he was there, he barely made it. Oh, hey Dawn, what's up? Hey Dawn, tracking down a lead? You bet. Heard a juicy new rumor. Turns out, when Sharper Valentine died, he left behind a peculiar last will and a testament. Peculiar how? He didn't just give his kids an inheritance. There were conditions. Like what? The documents stipulated that Eris had to take on a child as her ward. Kid RH, who just showed up in town one night with a lawyer. Solomon? Bingo. So Eris was forced to take care of him? Yep. Or she would have lost everything. Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid? Rumor has it old Sharper sowed some wild oats. That explains the way Eris treats him. Poor Solomon. How did you find all of this out? A good reporter never reveals her source, Luca. So it's gonna be too late, and I feel like there's gonna be heat between Luca and Rollo. Like, who is this new person? Yeah, I have to see what she's like. She is always here, and she's always in a book. The last time I've talked to her, she said something vaguely involving what's actually going on. He met his old friend's eyes, and was greeted with nothing but ice-cold anger. Heavens, there's no time for fractured friendships. Yep, that's... Why is this predictable? Why am I being predictable? This is the owner, this is the snot knob of this new high-tech, harvest company. And the person he's talking to, they're called the Clipboards. There's like hundreds of them. Or I'll just say dozens, for accurate. And they just keep asking you questions. It's creepy. Excuse me, what are you doing? Just looking up for the night, sir. Oh, wonderful. I can only assume this means all festival preparations have been completed ahead of schedule. Not exactly, sir. The storm set us back a bit, and it's getting late, so we all decided to... You all decided? Yes, sir. I was wondering whether you're all involved deciding things. We're all here at Perennial Valley, or... We are all here at Perennial Harvest because we believe in creating a better future, yes? Yes, sir, very much, sir. Do you want to be the one to tell the town that we failed them? No. That's what gave up because the little rainstorm got a little sleepy. Of course not, sir. And good. Then it's decided. Yes, sir, we'll work till the task is done. See that you do. Our harvest awaits. Can you go in there? No. Roller, are you still up there? I'm sorry, Rollo wasn't accepting visitors at the moment. Come back, never.
Luca had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing.
You're upset. Oh, what makes you say that? Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason? I didn't abandon you. I'm just a little late.
Scoffed.
Rain held me up. Liar. You weren't even home. What? Storm got bad and I got worried. I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house. You weren't even there. I hadn't made it back yet.
I'm not a fool, Luca. Didn't take all day to deliver some jam. No, that storm rolled out of nowhere. I got stuck in after dinner at Beck's
Lucas
house.
stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
Beck? Dinner? What the heck is a Beck? She's a new kid in town. She's actually kind of cool. You'd like her. She needed help convincing her parents that she'd made new friends. New friends? I spent all day waiting for you, and you were off making new friends? It's not like that, Rolo. You know, I was waiting. I made some upgrades to mission control. It was gonna be a surprise. But you took so long, the storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship. What does that even mean?
Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
Means you're a bad friend. You don't care about me. Of course I care, you ass. You know I'd get in trouble waiting so late for you. But I kept my word. Because that's what friends do. Oh wow, what a noble sacrifice you made. Easy for you to say. Your grand doesn't even care. Yeah, maybe. Wouldn't even get in trouble. Seriously? You're acting like I chose this? If that's what you think, maybe you're the bad friend.
Changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Maybe pause, right? Storms bring more than water. This brought out the real Luca. Stop quoting your pause nonsense like it means anything. Yeah, well at least my paw's still around.
The words hung in the cold night air. Rolo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line. But it was too late.
Luca, good night, Rolo. What the fuck? You don't just cross that line. Holy shit.
Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for. Gran cooed gently from the hallway.
Fine. I don't feel like getting up yet. Okay, I'll leave this oatmeal by the door. Gotta run out and take care of some things. Okay. I'll be back later to check in. Sure.
Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
But Rolo's still gonna go to the festival. He's gonna be miserable.
Luca dozed off again.
Luca? I see you didn't eat your oatmeal. Wasn't hungry. Just in case you do get hungry, I'll leave a sandwich here too. Thanks. Rolo came by. What'd he say? He wanted to talk to you. What did you say? Told him you weren't feeling well. Good. So your plan is to sit in your room all day? Pretty much. Well, I need to pop away again for a minute. If you decide to end your pity party and go outside, I think it'd do you some good. Noted.
Luca still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rolo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
Right, because kids don't want to confront people. Interesting at the festival anyway. have to get the thing up there. You kidding? How?
The Adventures of Hank Atomic.
The complete first
Luca
volume.
carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rollo had received it for his birthday, a special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house. Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rollo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind. But it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Luca? Another little friend came to see you. A girl named Beck Mioto. She said you met yesterday? What'd she say? Is she here? She was just dropping by. I told her you weren't taking visitors today. Oh. She seems nice. Yeah. You had a fight with Rollo, didn't you? Can I come in? Maybe later. Alright then. I'll leave dinner on the kitchen table. Wow, you really have been here all day. In case you want to fight before bedtime.
Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca stood in a vast black expanse. He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad, where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile,
Yeah, my grandmother would have done the same.
then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source. Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame, see? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself. Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them, not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him. Older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar, as if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face, and all it got me was this. Luca staggered back. You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Welp, Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames. In a flash of cold light, he was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Mom? No, dear. It's only Gran.
Luca rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his gran came into focus.
How are you feeling? Fine. Anything you want to talk about? Give me. The game hits me by my buying game list. Yeah, the game should have come out today. I'm very excited to play it. There's another game as well that I kickstarted. I got it like a week ago, and I didn't get the chance to play it yet. It's another really good game. So, excited for both. I don't feel like talking. That's just as well. How about you sit there and listen a bit? Whatever you and Rollo fought about doesn't matter. But
Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
fights between friends happen. And what's said doesn't matter. The important thing is, it's not the last thing you ever say to each other. And he said stuff about Dad. Well, do you think he meant it? No. He was just mad. You mean any of the things you said to him? No. Good. One must appreciate friends and their best moments and accept them and their worst. Get your little butt out of bed. The festival's today. You don't want to miss that, do you? I guess not. Seems like a god opportunity to make an amends with Rollo,
Luca
don't you?
gave a reluctant nod.
So buy him a corn dog and apologize. But he's the one that... What did I just say? Buy him a corn dog. That's a good boy. Look, you had your day to be a bitch boy. Now get out there. I'm nice enough to give you that because I was busy. I need to get going now. One last minute festival business to take care of. I'll come find you at the fountain a little after lunch. Alright. Luca, love you too. Yay.
Luca took a deep breath.
Okay.
Chapter 6. Through thick and thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
Interesting. So I'm gonna go to here. This is the furthest that we've gone. Oh, wait. The heck? Where are we? Oh, I guess we haven't gotten another choice yet. We haven't gotten another choice yet, but this is the furthest that we've gotten in time. All those stories have been the previous day, and then we got caught up in that day. This is the actual day of the festival, so we get to see some things that we need to take into account. There you are. Luca. Lo wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If you're brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't... It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to find him.
Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than a little brother is a little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favor. And I need one favor from you. Whatever it is went down between you two, squash it. It's spaceship venture, though you needn't buy it. Go brave, go somewhere quiet. Okay, cool. They want me to go to the library. Also, I'm curious. What is
The
this way?
road leading to Beacon Pines was long and uninspiring. A sort of natural barrier for the impatient.
Ah, this is cool. Sneeze bag. Unique New York. New York. Unique New York. Huh? Oh, don't mind me. I'm warming up for my big ceremony
Mr.
speech.
Cook pointed to his grinning mouth.
Gotta limber up the old gab bots. You nervous? Oh, heavens no. Well, break a leg. Huh? How goes the beetle hunt? Pretty rotten. Haven't seen much of him. I can't even pronounce that. Not just the beetles. This morning couldn't find any critters at all. Like everything that buzzed or skittered packed up and left. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Maybe all the commotion of the festival just spooked them. Yeah, maybe that's it. That's not a good thing. Welcome to the festival. Don't forget to come back later for Mr. Kirk's speech at the Perennial Harvest Festival sign reveal. Wouldn't want to miss it. I don't know who Perennial Harvest thinks they're impressing with this ridiculous festival. Totally. This town's falling apart. The weather's still cruddy. All the season's harvests look like it's gonna be worse than last year's. You said it. No amount of corporate pandering is gonna change any of that. Exactly. But the lemonade at the drink stand over there does look pretty tasty. Fits. And still gotta be mad at them? I'd rather be mad while sipping some delicious lemonade is all. Okay.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Crazy old man, got it.
Yeah, everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. Just ain't right these days, you know.
Really do,
Jeff
actually.
turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You don't ya?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
Ain't moving. Cool. What do you want? Do you have like a rocket there?
This is this is like the little bitty bully who has a big, like, someone next to them who's always just agreeing with them. Every single time. Yup. Wait for it. Unexplained sound once again noted. Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones. Haha. Yep. Wait for it. Like literally does it again. Write everything down. The most welcoming of welcomes. Would you like to share your thoughts? We're always strive to improve. Nope. Cool. First time I've seen so many smiling faces since the fall harvest. Or I've had my thoughts about the perennial harvest, but I must admit they do put on a nice party. Cool. What is? You're not saying anything. Okay, cool. Piper, you're actually taking a break from studying. I want to see what all this festival stuff is about. But I can't help but notice. You brought your backpack full of books. Luca, backpacks can carry a lot more than just books. True, true. So what you got in there? Books. Yeah, cool. Before I talk to them, because I need to go that way. You. Got a question for you. What do you think of the whole festival is for? The way I figure it, the harvest is trying to win over the town. Like a bribe, but with balloons. Cynical. I like what your head's at. That's what I first assumed too, until I eavesdropped on a couple of gossipy clipboards. What if I told you this whole thing is really a special shindig for a super secret guest of honor? A special guest? Who? I haven't dug that deep yet. But whoever it is, PH thinks that they're a big deal. Okay, so the diner's closed for the day. Interesting. Hey, Luca. So you're done at the library? Huh? Oh,
Griffin
nothing.
looked away suspiciously.
Nothing at all. Luca, did you know that Beacon Pines is actually unincorporated? A lot of people didn't know that. Wow, yeah, I didn't know. What does that mean? It means most public works aren't handled internally. We do all the pipeline. The water treatment, the building regulations. That's great. Census taking? Uh-huh. Emergency services? Bye. So there are 2 certain people that are missing. 3 people that are missing. And all of them involve Gran. I was able to return Perennial Harvest safety suit you borrowed. I don't think anyone noticed. Good. You tell me what it was needed for? It was a favor for an enemy of my enemy. This isn't going to harm Mr. Kerr, is it? All you need to know is that it is for the good of the family. Cool. Library, somewhere quiet.
Oh, the cobs I've eaten. A salad-centric travel guide for the mildly adventurous.
Yuck. Hey,
Kato's
Luca.
eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Bravo on deciphering the first riddle. Oh, sweet. In-game achievements. The first. I fucking love that smug face. Oh, didn't you think that was all, did you? Willow does go all out, doesn't he?
Kato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
Him. On planet Farpool, you may take issue. When the 5th king dies, you need a tissue.
Kato stared at Luca eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you? Kato was really adorable. No, it's okay. Let me figure it out. Alright, when you find it, bring it here to be verified. If you decide you want a hint, the offer still stands. Interesting. What would this be? On planet Farpool, you may take issue, but when the 5th king dies, you'll need a tissue. Is this referring to a... Is this wanting me to go to the newspaper? Hi Jay, still working through the newest Hank Atomic? You know it. Some fascinating canon towards the end. Did you know? Hank Atomic Shrink Array doesn't technically shrink stuff. It fuses inverse quantum particle decay to literally grow the entire universe around an object, leaving the object unaltered. So it looks shrunk compared to everything else. Bingo. That's wild. Jace, no spoilers please. Oh right, sorry. I can tell you one thing, it's not out there. We'll need to find it inside this lab. Oh, it is?
Luca grabbed The Issue with Self-Help, a helpful guide, from the shelf.
Once you've got a book, you can bring it here to me. Or grab a different one.
Luca grabbed 500 meals for one big pot. Luca grabbed Natural Photography. Luca grabbed The Modern Science of Atomic Radiation from the shelf.
That's a book I might want to read.
Luca grabbed The Adventure Atomic, issue number 4, from the shelf. Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the shelf.
Cool. Probably this one.
Kato
And you found it.
removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Rolo cipher pen. Used to write secret messages, everything like that. Only I had the special flashlight needed to reveal it, but I lost it. Well, apparently he traded Jeff for this purple light bulb. Parted with his entire Halloween candy stash. Oh, Rolo. Well, let's see here.
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such a grift.
Continued flipping.
Only found in Grub Cart.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
That's it. Grift in Grub Cart. Grift in Griffin. Griffin Gub Cart. He wants me to go to the Griffin stand. Guess you're off then. Good luck on the rest of your scavenger hunt. Thanks, Kato. Is that a griffin that's there? Is that a griffin? Looks more like a dragon. Oh, okay, so their name is Griffin.
Before
Rillacorn?
Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Oh, that's it? Bought and paid for. Enjoy. I thought there was supposed to be a riddle or
Luca
something.
shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Yuck. It's cold. Yeah, it's because it's been sitting here for a while. Well, I want to make sure to give you that one specifically. Well, that's
Luca
just...
tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
Come
He
on.
shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip.
A pickup when you need some pep. Near fountain, up the step.
Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
This is getting to be a whole thing. I don't think Granny knew, but it is a coincidence that the corn dog thing. Ah, there you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this. This is way below my pay grade. Come on, you big stiff. Let the kid have some fun. Fine. But Rolo owes me one.
Waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
What takes flight but has no wings, your final task a friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. Feel cheap and stuff. How dare you? You can't do this to me. No. I can't interact with more PCs. Am I here to walk around in endless torment? Oh, hi. I can't interact with anyone. No. This is a game that just came out recently. This is a game, or actually today. It's a game I kickstarted like 2 years ago. This is a game called Beacon Pines. It's like a visual story. They said RPG in their game. It's really interesting because they have an entire split story of everything, and they give you the pieces of those choices along the different paths that you take. So it does seem fairly linear-esque. So from one here, I either choose chill or shit. a storybook fashion. I haven't done the other version of this path, or this path. Oh, this one I can go... Hard cop, okay. So I can continue on that path now. Because I have just gotten the charm for me to continue that. Interesting. Cool. So whenever this path inevitably ends, I think I want to continue that path. Let's see here. Don't mind me, I'm just refunding your points to do that ban so I can interact with NPCs. Hey. Hey. Did you find the comic book? Yep. You got the corn dog? Yep. Well then. I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here, you've earned this.
Rolo sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Flight, okay. And that would go for the other one, which is fight or flight. Okay, nice. You didn't have to go all this trouble. I'm sorry I got so mad. Dang it, you were supposed to let me apologize first. Oh, sorry. You apologized twice for me before. Just let me do this. Luca, I'm real sorry. I don't think it's registered yet. Hold on. Yeah, it's still loading. It will be refunded. It's just fucking loading. Twitch is being slow. I've always wanted to be there for you. Be a good friend, you know. When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I've kind of freaked out. Rolo. Still my turn. I felt like if you needed someone, a new friend to help you, it meant that I wasn't good enough. And that was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. You can talk
Luca
now.
threw himself at Rolo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Rolo, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else do you want to do today? Snoop around and try to find some info about your mom. Snoop where? We could sneak into Perennial HQ while everyone's at the festival. Aren't you curious about all that stuff, those clipboards, right, Bone? What if we get caught? I think it's enough excitement for 1 week. Let's just make the rest of the day about us. Really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait 1 more day. You know, I've been wanting to make some work done at the MCDC at Mission Control. The aim's a bit unpredictable. Sounds perfect. Not this storyline so far. Oh, hi, buddy. I left it. Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into your grand this morning. She asked me to give you this.
Handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. The letter?
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
I love you too, Gran.
Put the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
He ain't got no idea what the fuck's going on. Oh, fuck. Aw, thanks, Rika. I shall stretch. Anyway, what's up? What's going on with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whatever you want. Just chillin'. Today is a good day for them. They've made up for a sour episode. Enjoying the story so far, even though you might not have understood what's going on. I know, but we've been looking for the festival for weeks. After I ruined everything with my big mouth, this is the best way to make sure that you still had a good time without me. Rolo.
Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The art is amazing. I do love it. Can we still go? Or we can still go. Ah, this is fine. There's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Fuck. Oh shit. Huh? What was that? Oh man, we missed the
It was not
fireworks.
Fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as
Cool.
old and cruel as time itself.
No.
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together, for the rest of time. The end. No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Holy shit, that's bad. Wow. Holy shit. We knew that there was going to be an explosion, but we didn't realize that it was gonna have to do with the chill. It does explain why they've been kind of like foreshadowing big chill and whatnot, big chillings. But holy shit. Alright, well, I guess in this case, okay, I want to go up this side of the story one more time, because I think that it's literally, after this one, it's literally gonna force me to go to the other side. They do the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation.
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times.
Oh no.
Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well,
Mr.
Mr.
Tolliver
Tolliver.
remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice. Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table. He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in the
The
world?
chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who's there?
Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk.
Hold on, just calm down.
Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. You. Looks like you're sweating.
Doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
Do this my way, or... Well, let's just say, I've never needed another way.
Yeah.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance!
What? I don't
Mr.
even...
Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
Pipe me down. How the earth can I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk.
Spill the beans.
What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper. I'm to make sure everything's ready. So you're in cahoots with Gran.
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh? Blow up the festival? Good
He
lord.
shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong. Where is she now? She's headed to the source. Source? What's the source? It's
His voice
where
faded to a whisper.
the town began. Where it all began. What is Operation Spark
With
Plug?
that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold. Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Damn, Rollo. You were a little too hard on him. What do you say about the source? It's where the town began? We need more information. Yeah, but we never want to push Tolliver any farther. Is there anyone else who know more? What about the History Museum? Just got all set up for the festival. Now the tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library? Is there any information about the source thing? Kato can help us find it. Let's go get some answers. Ah, we get to talk to Kato again. Yay! Dang, this is a nice library. Thanks, we worked hard on it. You're a little young to be a librarian. Oh, Kato hung it here so much, eventually they gave him a set of keys. I keep an eye on the place for this Novak sometimes. They got you working for free? It's quiet and I get off access to books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for you? I need a favor. I already told you and Rollo, I can't put you any higher on the waitlist for the next Hank Atomic. And if you hear more with Candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it a personal code of conscience. Actually, we're looking to do some research. Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing we sorta don't know. What do you got on the history of the town? There's the Country Record Archives. What's in those? Births, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring readings. But they do date back, or they do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Great, we'll start there.
Chapter 8.
Hey, we're on page 69. Nice.
6 feet under, 3 towns over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
I have to read any more of those records, my eyeballs are gonna pop. You have to keep digging. If I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of those asinine death records. Royal O'Connor lived a full and wonderful life, till he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his
Roller
ears.
shut his book with an assertive nod.
Got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be boring country records that'll kill ya. I'll put you in the obituaries myself.
Roller muttered under his breath.
You're on county record. You're on a county record. Really? That's the best you got? When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote in history.
Beck
Just
slammed her
like-
finger down on the open page before
Jay Hartford here. Love to see you try. Hey. We're all a little tired here. Let's just take a minute here and...
something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait, what was that name back? The obit? In the obit? Jay Hartford? From the Brooksville Tribune 20 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? Jay Hartford. That's my grand's name. Juniper Hartford. But there were two Jay Hartfords. Mrs. Hartford's is survived by her younger daughter E. Hartford. Mom's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy. If your gran is 6 feet under 3 towns over, then who am I living with?
The question hung in the air.
Ooh. Development. Alright, gang, gotta close up for the night.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Oh crap, Pa's gonna kill me. I gotta go. Now my parents will be worried sick. Get up as early as we can. What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement? Oh shit! Oh fuck! I've just made a realization. No! Gran isn't Gran. It's Luca's mom from 6 months ago. But she's been affected by the goop. What you haven't really seen much about the goop stuff is the radioactive waste is like revitalizing, brings like plants to life, but like distorts them and ages them quickly shortly after revitalizing them. It's her mom. Fuck. Think of something.
Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering. He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
Kidding me? You still didn't close it? You fucking moron.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
He woke up, escaped from his binding, and left without a trace.
Knew everything.
I do.
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Okay, I can figure this out. Need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
I'm afraid your jam delivery will be
He flipped
delayed.
the lid to read the label.
Agreed. Okay, now I can think. Now, if Gran knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver, I'm screwed. But if she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool.
was he planning to getting a grown adult up the stairs and out? I don't think he was planning. He was just checking to see if he was still there. He would like poke around the corner. Like, okay, cool, he's still there. I'm just gonna leave him be. Just keep it shut. Gran will think Mr. Oliver finished what to do and left when he was done. Cool. Yeah, just go to sleep. We're the wet bandits. We turn on the sink and leave it running. Go to bed, play it cool.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong. Luca groaned and tried to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
The germ? Sweet boy, what did you get yourself into? Rest now and let me handle everything.
Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him?
Didn't. You drugged yourself.
Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed? Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
Festival. Where have you been? I put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. A secret message for secret conspirators. Not this one. The one intended for Mr. Nuncreed. Put me to sleep. Whoa. Sly devil. Cool, we have another option. He's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found anything? You looked around but haven't seen anything odd. Your Gran is nowhere to be found, but Mr. Nuncreed just looked around waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gus just got up on the podium. Everything's gathering at the stage. Let's get moving.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Ahem. Hello, Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and I suppose you already know that. Oh yes, before we get started, I wanted to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. Town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. So I thought it would begin with a round of applause befitting such a great man. Even that's more than the old cotter deserved.
He cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Right, where was I?
William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine,
He
everyone.
gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Let's hear it for our mayor. What a great turnout. Ah, heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Be ashamed to waste such a beautiful
Mr.
podium.
Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Yeah, sure. Community, conviction, commitment. These are things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest.
For us, these are the pillars of a bridge to a better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. Inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I am dadgum thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all together today. It's hard for me to believe that it's only been 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip in which brought me to a small town, which would change my life forever.
Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd.
If you got a book full of note cards and throwing fruit. I didn't prepare a speech. Brings out note card stack. Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd. Which, you know that? You know what? For a second I set foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity, and it presents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place, to see that the people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to things that made them special.
He jumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment. Change.
Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made such a perfect match that day. Nothing more important to you all than community. And Perennial Harvest is community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the Foul Harvest was an unshakable conviction. A conviction that was a better tomorrow just over the horizon. Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are that horizon. This festival is a symbol of our commitment to each other.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
And now we walk hand in hand into a future where we can shape together. Or will shape together, whatever. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scuff of our neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we could all be making that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. And we're dead. What was that?
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Don't worry, a little thunder isn't gonna ruin this day. Everyone remain
Mr.
calm.
Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Throughout all my travels, I've learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We have all planted a lot of good in this town, and so it is with a happy heart that I can proclaim
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
our harvest awaits. Cool.
At
We're
that
not getting
moment,
anywhere.
A merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end.
There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything! Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again!
Okay. Just gonna get up and leave. Sorry, good day.
No, I don't mean that.
Fine.
We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
Oh, so we can be sly now. Interesting. Do you want to see what's on the other side of this split of story? Because I would go here, not here. What are the thoughts on the narrator? The narrator themselves is fine. That they proclaimed at the beginning that like, I've been waiting for someone like you. Okay, you definitely want the other side. Okay. So in this side of the story, on the side that we knew beforehand, we went to this abandoned place alone and barely got out. This side of the story, Rolo came with us, and he got covered in some strange sludge. He ran away, didn't come. Both of them escaped, but Rolo didn't make it home. So then they discovered Beck trying to look for Rolo. And then we come across the bully in this scenario. We are the puddle below is a puddle of radioactive sludge. In the strange option, you kick up at whatever his name is. I can't remember off the top of my head. Some of the sludge, and he mutates, essentially. And everyone is looking for him. Rolo is still missing, but we discover that Rolo is with Kerr somewhere underground. We don't really know where. And in this scenario, you find your way back at the treehouse. I think it's Kip, I think. Kip is there, covered in like a suit, has all of this to like hide herself or himself. I don't know if it's a guy or a girl. This art makes it look like a girl. And all like a couple dozen of the clipboards are there, and your options are to fight, which we shoot like a plunger and it fails miserably, and Mr. Kerr's like, okay, get him, and that's the end of the story. But in this option here, and this is where some slight spoilers that I knew myself would happen, this is gonna go a little bit differently, and I want to go down this branch. I don't know what this path will go down, but essentially in the demo that's been out for the game for a while, you basically could only go to this path. You could not expand past it. So I am curious to see what this is. Iggy, that's what it is. Iggy took a step forward towards Luca, his sneer lit by the glowing puddle. Beck could see tears welling up in Luca's eyes. Iggy's insulted the family. Fist clenched. Some things about Beacon Pines were very different from the city, but a bully from a hayseed town is no different from a city bully. Beck took a deep breath and thought, well, time to best out the either strange, which is what mutates Iggy, or tickle.
Well, time to bust out the tickles.
Hey Tish, wanna see something cool? Yup. Check it.
Beck lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arms.
What the Tish is she tickling you? Yup. Yup. Yup.
Tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter.
Yup, yup,
Beck
yup.
redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had had enough.
Yup. What just happened? You seem nice. Sorry for the interruption. I think you were just threatening
Iggy's
us.
eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered.
I just remembered. I have somewhere to be. See you around, new
Iggy
kid.
kicked at the puddle before making his escape.
Whoa. What a little creep. Beck, I think you got a little ooze in your
Beck
hair.
shook the ooze out of her hair as best as she could.
Is it bad? Ends. What's your feeling to have a more mature, refined look? Oh god.
Chapter 4. The Best Policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her. But finding Rolo was his primary concern.
Luca, what the hell are you doing out here? Why did a kid with gray hair run past us in a panic?
Roxy and Fitz looked. It was clear they'd spent all day searching.
That's Beck. I don't care who she is. What happened? We were out here helping look for Rollo. Luca, I need you to start telling me the truth.
Roxy's temper could often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling, but this was the most intense Luca had ever seen her. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking straight through Luca.
We're running out of
In a
time.
torrent of rambled words and tears, Luca broke down.
Rollo and I were playing in the woods yesterday. We were investigating lights at the old Valentine warehouse. Someone was there in a strange suit, and we hid in a dumpster and a heavy bag got dropped on us, and we think it was a body. So we ran, but we got split up, and I ran home. And it's all my fault. I know. And now my best friend's never gonna come back. Wow. Just wow.
Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca.
Not your fault, Luca. It was gonna be okay, I promise.
Roxy drew herself up.
I'm gonna fix this. Luca, go home. But I wanna help. This is too dangerous for a kid. I can't just sit around. I have to do something.
Roxy tried to think of the safest place to send Luca.
You go back to that little treehouse you two like to play in. Wait there in case Rollo shows up. Sounds like a plan?
Luca wiped his cheeks and gave a quick nod.
Did the right thing telling me the truth. Now scoot. Really believe his story? What other option do we have? Things have been strange around here leading up to the festival. My dad has been acting weird lately. Well, weirder than
Looking into the
normal.
puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up.
Why is it so cold here? Place give me the willies.
Mr. Nuncreed jumped with a start.
Ugh. Whoa, don't sneak up on an old fellow like that. Who are you talking to? What?
Luca motioned to the phone booth.
Oh no. I was just checking because I thought I heard it ring. Dang thing never does, of course. Yeah, I've never actually seen anyone use it, really. Whole thing's a waste of money, if you ask me. Any word from Rollo yet? Long time for a boy to lose his way. Rollo knows those woods too well to get lost. Right. Silly boy antics to have his whole town worried sick. Antics. We all know Rollo likes to play his little pranks. Think this is a prank? Yeah, changing voices. You think this is a prank? What other possible explanation could there be? He's not playing a prank, and he didn't get lost. Someone took him. I know it. How could you know that? Unless... Luca, is there something else you know?
Mr. Nuncreed gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder.
Dang it, boy. Think there's something you know. Something that can help your friend. You need to tell folks. A choice.
Luca peered up at Mr. Nuncreed.
Hmm.
Kind eyes warmed a stern face. There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all. It was subtle, but Luca could sense something eating away at him.
I can only use shame in this scenario. Interesting.
There was a shame lurking behind those eyes. A deep sadness. If Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about Rollo, maybe he could help.
Yesterday, Rollo and I were messing around at the old Valentine warehouse.
Mr. Nuncreed raised an eyebrow.
Both of you? You were with Rollo when he went missing? Not exactly. I was hiding in the dumpster. The dumpster? What were you doing in there? At first we were looking around, then some strange a strange yellow suit came and dumped something on us. We both got scared and ran. And that was the last I saw of them. You got scared by some garbage? That's why you don't go skulk in someone's dumpster. But it wasn't garbage. I think it was a body. I'm sure it was just some trash. No, there was a name tag. It said Deep Engineering.
Mr. Nuncreed's shoulders slumped.
He's the one in the yellow suit. Okay. I wish you wouldn't have said that.
A deep sigh bellowed from his chest.
Why did you have to? I tried, Luca. God, I know to try to keep
Luca
you safe.
attempted to take a step back, but Nuncreed's hand clamped down on his shoulder.
But you Van Horns can't help yourselves, can you? We were all so close. So close to be done with
With
this.
a firm shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into the phone booth.
What are you doing? It's out of my hands
The
now.
door latched shut with a mechanical hiss.
Shit.
As Luca pounded the glass, the floor dropped from under his feet. The inside of the phone booth was now a loose capsule plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands to the walls. As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop. He felt a cold rush of air and opened his eyes with hesitance. Two large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view. Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom. He knows too much. The end. Wait. No. This isn't the end. I know there's still much more. Somehow this went wrong. Okay, let's try something else.
Okay, so that's something I didn't see. Hey, look, the tree's grown. All right, let's. So Luca and Iggy are on top of the treehouse. There's the fucking hyena and all the clipboards at the bottom. Luca's mind raced. He was caught in a trap. What do you do when there's no hope? Iggy wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca? Luca drew himself and decided to take the only option he had left.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
Wow, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr. We'd love to hear your thoughts, but I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. Yeah, it's not doing so great. See ya, jerks. Fine, we know where that leads them. This way. We'll take the tunnels.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
That was actually pretty badass. Uh-huh. I think we lost him. We up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. What's wrong with the Winter Wonderland? All I know is there's no going back the way we came. See if we can get our bearings. Follow me. Wait a second. That's the beacon sign. Is this after? No, this can't be after the explosion. Weird. Okay. Just sitting above 258 Kelvin. Is it down a bit from last time? We should put this to Mr. Kerr. Nah, still within safe ranges. It may be spreading, but it's under control for now. Even a small nudge the equilibrium could cascade. Dude, relax. Just a few more sites to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. All this. Hard to say with all the snow. I think it's a town sign. I can almost make out the letters under there. What town could this even be? There couldn't be another town this deep into Weepwoods. I'm looking at evidence to the contrary. Find out what we're dealing with here. Step 1, snow's gotta go. Let's see what I can do. Oh, there's a barrier. Got it. Yeah, it is Beacon Pines.
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
Doesn't make any sense. We're in Beacon Pines? How is that possible? We ran away from town. How did we get back here? Guess we got turned around. Where'd all the snow come from? Well, it's colder than normal lately. Pretty big difference between sweater weather and Arctic hellscape. Puddle we've fought at before. It was cold too. Maybe all of it leads to one source. Think it's related? What the hell is going on? Gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving. Luca, are you there? Oh, they also found a walkie-talkie.
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
That bozo Kerr. Hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those
Luca
woods.
looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be
With a
rude.
resigned sigh, Luca responded.
Seems like the only thing dangerous in the woods is you. He speaks, the young man of the hour. Now how in darnation did you end up with one of our radios? Just lucky, I guess. Boy howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? My parents? I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mom was sure a handful.
Luca winced,
Sure was a handful.
shoving the walkie-talkie
Ugh.
back into his pocket.
You gotta keep moving. All frozen.
Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. Fish didn't even have time to run. Or, you know, swim run.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. We have to keep moving. You don't get it, do you? This is just one of your pathetic Hank Atomic stories. We aren't gonna save the day. We're gonna save ourselves. My face is mangled. The town is destroyed, and everyone we're ever known is gone. You don't know that. You can't just quit. Do whatever you want. Done. Hey, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt.
Getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stump around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
Just rest for a
The
bit.
boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their
Yeah, it
minds
is a
would be
boy.
racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
The way the snow covered everything over, it's kind of calming. Yeah. Haven't had the time to say, but thanks. Huh? For getting us away from those creeps. I sort of froze up back there. I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper. Oh, that's bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know that gunk would do. You didn't, right? Of course not. Second, stop this baloney of losing your temper. I did lose my
Iggy
temper.
motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. Exactly what you should have done, huh? I was being a horse ass. A horse's ass, ugh. You were supposed to be a horse's ass in response. That's how it works. I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you? Of course. Geez, you goody-goody types take forever to understand the very basic point. Why would you go around saying cruel things to get into
Iggy
fights?
shrugged.
It's something to do. You're an asshole because you're bored? Sometimes I just feel empty. You wouldn't understand. You and Rolo were always having a blast together. Laughing and calling and dinking in that dinky treehouse mission
Iggy now
control.
wept openly.
Perfect little Luca Van Horn. With his perfect little life. Life is not perfect. Everyone in town likes you. Not everybody. Hell, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet and she already likes you. You have Tish.
He wiped his nose with a sleeve.
Love Tish. Tish is great. But she actually isn't the world's greatest conversationalist, you know?
Luca gave a warm chuckle.
I get that
Iggy
impression.
cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
Huh. It must be raining out here.
Iggy
Definitely.
arched into a wide yawn.
Just try to get some sleep. Yeah. Let's lay low for now. Tomorrow we'll get to the bottom of
Luca's
all
eyelids
this.
began to slowly drift shut.
Luca? Yeah? I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What'd you think? Not bad. I'll give you the 4 tour when we get back. You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to the worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad.
The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke.
This is how you remember them, huh?
Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes.
Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this.
The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it.
It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you?
Lucas snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand.
Remember what?
The doppelganger pointed to the couch.
The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us.
Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively.
Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Let me show you.
The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed.
listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. No, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere? Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun. A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively. Whether it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower. Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
I'm sorry, I'm not reading this. You're running around knocking on people's heads. Sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. Didn't hurt nobody. Did you really fall asleep? Hey, Sonny. Huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than
When
me.
it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
Oh no. Furball. The temperature a bit here. Interesting choice of words. I mean, let's all calm down. Who are you? A friend, an observer, a hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibility. Great, how about a name? If you can call me something, you can call me Nat.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
Why don't you make like a gnat and buzz off? Very
Nat
well.
began to turn away indifferently.
What was the last thing you remember, Kai? I can try to catch you up real quick. Because it was a bunch of really sad / heartwarming stuff. I did the flight response with Iggy. As you can see, it's fully messed up. And from there, we ran away and discovered either an alternate Beacon Pines, or we have discovered Beacon Pines covered in ice. So it seems like
this is either one of two things. This is either a separate town that things went wrong, like the Foul Harvest, or this is we were just far enough away from the explosion that supposedly happened and covered the entire town in ice. Luca and Iggy made up, and we have this new stranger named Nat who is helping us, supposedly. Wait, do you live here? You might say that. Do you know, so you know where we are? You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You gonna help us or not? Before knowing to leave, one must know where they are. Alright, that does it. Luca, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here one way or another.
Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Very well, I suppose this isn't the time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back home.
Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Okay, open them.
For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. We may have stumbled through some time travel gate in Weepwood, or teleported to some alternate universe. Or this is some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons. This is not our home. You're inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Just give it to us straight. So be it. As said, this is Beacon Pines, the original, true Beacon Pines. Okay, so it is a separate town. You both grew up here. The town you've called your home for the past several years is a replica. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair, but a replica nonetheless. That's impossible. It's too much work. You need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed, to pull off such a feat will require immense labor power. That which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. You would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You'd think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. Mind-numbing attention to detail. As for innumerable trivialities which complete the tapestry, well, you can leave that to the miraculous thing we call a brain. I remember there was a previous instance to where they said during this, like 6 years ago, during the Foul thing, they literally had everyone in hotels so they could do quote unquote like discontaminate the water, which I'm assuming actually meant, hey, we're building an entire separate town and we're just gonna take you there and no one's gonna notice. It's a real aversion to discontinuity. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out rough edges, keeping us sane.
Iggy looked around uncomfortably.
You're saying that someone made an entire new town and moved us all and no one noticed? Precisely. But why? Why is one question that never has been answered, certainly. But the best one can do is to uncover.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
The source. Why'd you say the source like that? Why indeed?
Luca began to laugh uncomfortably.
It's all ridiculous. There's no way they could.
He looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
This really is home.
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out,
Iggy, it's not too late to turn back.
Simple head west through Weepwood.
Chapter 6.
The source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to Perennial Harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard, a headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips. There was no reply, just snow-covered silence.
Okay, that was something it's explained in the very beginning of the game / story, was him meeting, laying flowers down at his father's gravestone. There was a grand tree, and it was explained that it was his father's favorite place to be, and that's why he was buried there. In this instance, if it's a duplicate place, they moved the tree, didn't move the headstone, created a perfect replica of it.
Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. They stole his tree, Iggy. Yikes.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
Gotta hide. $9K. Fall off distance is still good. Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. Do you ever think what we did here? We saved a whole town of people. Doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? That's a grave of someone with a family. People who loved them will never know the truth. The truth is
He bent down to
overrated.
scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey, don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world, yeah? Come on. It's almost lunchtime. What kind of walk is that? I thought I was the jerk. These dinguses out here literally dancing on our
Luca
graves, or
stuttered
on
through
graves.
heaving sobs.
Thought I was visiting him. Thought he was with me. Break. Here's some
Iggy gave Luca a
advice.
solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey. Who's any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the snow crying like some pushover. Who you helping? Icky, look what they did. They lied to everyone. Blah blah blah. Luca Van Horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerk comes at you, act like a horse's ass. Stand up for oneself. Hell yeah. Her and his merry little band of clipboards pushed over this switcheroo for a reason, right? Nat mentioned something about a
Luca
source.
wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Whoever at the source must be awfully valuable to Perennial Harvest. Sure, it would be a shame if something unfortunate were to happen to their precious source, wouldn't it? Have in mind. If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to smash, we smash it. If it's too big to
Iggy
smash,
flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge. Gonna make this right, Dad. I promise. Let's do this. It can get awfully cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best you stay and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rolo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh heavens no, do I seem like a killer to
Iggy and
you?
Luca shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I? Aw, shucks, now that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy. Wait a minute. If this is the original town, then that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
that. Long story. So a few years back, I came into possession with some premium grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they gave kids, the good stuff. Why'd you bury it under a tree? That's the long part of the story. You and Roller were doing some chores at the Rolo chicken coop. Oh no! And you guys pissed me off for some reason or
Luca
another.
rolled his eyes with realization.
No, you didn't.
Iggy stifled a chuckle.
Yep. I just wanted to give you guys a little scare. But like I said, these were primo fireworks. So I might have underestimated things. You blew up the chicken coop? I prefer to think of it as an incendiary redecoration. Sorry, but you should have seen the looks on your faces. Rolo got grounded for months, which is why I needed to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried him here, buried him under that tree. When I came back for him later, they were gone. Figured some grown-up found him and tossed
Iggy
him.
triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out it wasn't fireworks. It wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us. Unbelievable. Why do you still have the fireworks? Think this is a game? Newsflash, boyo, you're not a hero. A little brat who's in the way over his head. Hero is someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotting children's brains. Everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero. I was always partial to Hank Atomic himself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Prepare to blast off, loser. The fountain. Interesting.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Let go! Let go! Oh. I can see why they wanted to move us all the way up. Why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. This the source? It's a dang hole? How do we smash a hole? Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Kerr. Where's Rolo? I wasn't lying before, he's safe. Well, safer than you two, at least. Just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
Really something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all this? This is well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collect the unrefined,
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't know. Understand any of this well enough to explain it. Matter of fact is, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Aren't you in charge? Oh, heavens no, my role is merely a flash and winning smile and manage various complications. Complications like us? Ours, my
His
boy.
face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is nothing personal. I don't like that face. He is going insane. Some people are destined to strive for greatness. Others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you were destined to be a creepy lackey. Point is that we all play our part in life. Mine just happened to be a lead in a role of a lifetime. You happen to be extras, ready for curtain call. You aren't giving up without a fight. As soon as I saw him, I'm like, oh great, he's a hyena with a shit grin smile. I'm not gonna like this guy. I don't think he's meant to have a good look. It's just the idea, or I guess the symbolism of a hyena in the first place. We aren't giving up without a fight. Your smile's not gonna be so winning after we're done with you. Now boys, there's no need for melodrama. Makes it even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. Change the mood a bit.
Snapped his fingers.
Theme change. There, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking? Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop. Let's not do something regrettable. Joke's on you. Regret's one of my specialties. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these in your precious hole? Nothing. Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know, I'm an exceptional liar. Bup, that's far
Iggy
enough.
plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool. Call off your goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You can head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
Just now, Iggy, you can put that down. What, like this?
With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Ooh. Uh-oh. I fucked up. Whoa.
Growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca. Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child, what have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight and use that walkie-talkie to call them back. What channel do I use? Doesn't make a damn difference, they're all listening. If you do that, the clipboards will haul us up and snag us both. The only way to get out of this is Kerr's out of the picture. Just let go of me and save yourself. If he lets go, we both die. I don't wanna die, but seeing the look on your face almost makes it worth it. Kerr, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Mr. Kerr gasped with
It's like a, could you please, fingers, puppy eyes, could you let go? You've had enough of a life, you sleazy scumbag. Long life? I'll have you know I can still play 25. You should have heard me sing the part of Phyllis
With a
Young.
wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Wow, can you believe this guy?
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Her, let go. No can do. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too. Luca, look at me. It's okay.
Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't gonna kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. You are. Nah, I'm a not good Billy, like you, Kerr. Nah, good. No good bully. No.
Felt his hand slipping.
I told you what you needed to do with bullies. I can't. It's the only way out of this mess. Two birds with one stone. Makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in packs.
Calm settled over Iggy's face.
Luca, let me do this.
Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once. I can actually... Ugh. Fuck. I have to choose? Yes, this is live. Why do people keep asking that?
Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end. I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
Alright, sorry Kai.
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request.
With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy. The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
But of course, those fireworks of Iggy must have been just the right amount of energy. Get out of here before Perennial Harvest arrives. Not until you just tell me what just happened. Your friend's sacrifice just saved this town, for a little while anyway. How? Tempus liquamine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. But doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one can create a cryogenic cascade. I think this is a mouse. So the gun makes things cold and fireworks made the whole freeze over. Yeah, you can see the tail, like the bare tail at the bottom, and it's basically just a wide-eared mouse with the thing down, or pointed down. It's interesting they got like a poncho the way it is, then a scarf. That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I shudder to think what would happen would have happened in that
We have
case.
some idea what that would look like.
Yeah, we do. It would take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again. You know all of this? Why haven't you been helping? I have been, in my way. Each one of us has a role to play. Iggy's role, it turns out, was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my
A
role?
fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Van Horn, you are going to save the world.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder. Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm?
What?
Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good?
I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
So, okay, so technically, that is a good ending. It is not the best ending, but it is. So we now just have only this as an option.
They'd run the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation. Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task. With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
Huh? What's going on here? Oh, you're that Modwell girl. Please, call me back. Sorry about all
Mr.
this.
Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems there's been a bit of a mix-up. See, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Juniper sent you
Beck
here?
caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Spark Plus has us all on edge. I guess she thought you needed some backup. But she sent a child? Better way to avoid prying eyes. Who would suspect a kid? Suppose that
Mr.
makes
Tolliver
sense.
wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand. We never know who to trust in this
Mr.
town.
Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. Turns out we're both
Beck
here
twirled
to
her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the
Beck
evidence.
shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old girl's nothing if not thorough.
Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. Can't blame her though. If anyone were to find out that we're going to destroy the source, well, we'd both know how bad that might be. No one will know anything once I finish cleaning up things down
Beck
here.
was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
Sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusted me for a reason. You can leave me to the rest. Good. There's one more loose end I'll go work on. Loose end? Oh, nothing really. The other day I had a radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf. Which you know, I intercepted an odd phrase in the perennial harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. Have a password and know where to put it in. It's gotta be something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I've got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
This whole time, Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shelf? But all he ever sells us is apples?
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
The password, Rolo. Well, sure, once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about the candy shelf. Fine, in the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
Said that he heard a password on the radio. Any good spy transmission never is what it
Beck
seems.
marked each scrap of paper and leaned.
To find a hidden meaning. Okay. What if, what's another word for underground? Buried, covered. Could it be a cover-up? Maybe it's, one of those, each a letter is a number thing. The U would be 21, N would be, E would be, ooh, it's an anagram. Nuncreed's drugstore.
Beck looked at Rolo with amazement.
Rolo, that's incredible. Well, it's either yeah. Well, it's either that Kren's new drugstore. Yeah, I think you referred the first time. How'd you do that? What could I say? I love ciphers. Well, I guess we know where to go next. Yeah, that was a loose end that we never really got to figure out. Oh. Scared me half to death. Sorry. You kids haven't seen Mr. Tolliver around, have you? No? Got me waiting around like a last slice of pie. I swear that man would be late to his own funeral. Nope, not me. Oh yeah, I can just chill here. You're late, Augustus. Sorry, sister. Was caught up with work. Work? You? Had a few more depots to lock down for the festival. Oh, what do you have to report? What is this insipid town festival really about? I think
looked around nervously.
Mr. Kerr really does want to do something good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend more time with him. I didn't pull strings installing you as mayor so that you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Perennial Harvest's true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town. Excuse me? This was our father's town. He's gone, Eris, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered to help us. We accepted that help. We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground. That is just a temporary arrangement. The glow can be seen from our damned backyard. They're dumping their nasty secrets on us. When this is all inevitably goes wrong. You know, it's the sad man who's the mayor. She's just the heiress of the money of the like big company. Who do you think will be
Eris's
blamed?
cry hung in the air.
You have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is gonna change whether we like it or not. Yeah, it's gonna change because it's gonna freeze the fuck over. We're going to choose to be a part of that future or be forgotten in the past. It's a shame. Father named you Augustus, but you will forever be a Gus. Good night, Eris. See you at breakfast tomorrow. Getting late, children. Yeah, we don't care. I forget where I was meant to be. Oh, wait, never mind. I know where I'm meant to be going. Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot. He actually, I can't remember which timeline it's in, but him and some other dog fucked with the sign reveal, which we still haven't seen yet. So that's gonna be funny.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey Solomon. We're looking for Mr. Nuncreed. Is he still there? In there? I'm afraid not. Where'd you get the candy from? You might say we have an arrangement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. Though we might not always have family to rely on, licorice has never let me down. Well, I can't say licorice would have been my first choice. Whatever floats your boat. You can tell a lot about a person by their choice of confection. Oh, yeah, I guess. I like sour gobs. I'm certain you do. I've always wondered why Mr. Nuncreed kept licorice in stock. You must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it's as easy as cold hard cash. Gotta be more clues. Okay, let's see. Is it gonna be the telephone? Yep. You ever seen anyone actually use this thing? Besides Mr. Nuncreed, no.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
That is not a normal phone booth. Got like a blinky keypad. Why would there be a blinky keypad? Kren's nude rug store. I mean, underground secrets. The password.
Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in.
Alright, let's see here.
Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Great, now what? Yes,
The inside of the
Scream.
phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
Knew it. You knew that there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth? Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. Definitely thought it. Do you remember how we said it would cool it would be if the trans-dimensional conduits from Hank Atomic 12 were real? Rolo, at one point or another, you've said that about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. Like each of these have something written on it. Do I actually have a perennial harvest main office? That's where my mom works. What does she do? Science stuff. She involved in all this? We just moved here. How could she be involved? True. Mining operations alpha. You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. This town is all farms and fertilizer, and a series of tubes. Pa always says you can only trust a miner up to a point that when they hit gold. I don't know what, not sure how that wisdom applies to this exact situation. That's the thing about Pa, you don't always realize what he means until it's too late. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. That where you almost got snatched. Yeah. I would Pearl Harvest. Have a 2 old Valentine place. Starting to feel like something big. But this is the suit with a broken mask. Found our mystery suit. At least we found our hazmat suit. It walks like a nun creed and talks like a nun creed. Well, it's not talk like just saying. And we have this machine. That's a lot of buttons. Stand aside, Earthling. I've read enough Hakatomic to know my way around
Rolla's
sci-fi
hands
tech.
hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Well, Rollo, what did you do? Nothing! Didn't even know yet. What was that? Hide. Where? There's nothing but weird tubes on here. Just get back. Shit. 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 Awesome. Will need to come with me now. We're not going anywhere with you. Not until we get some answers. Mr. Underground Secrets. I told him it was an absurd password. But they love anything that makes them feel clever. They who, that's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. We don't care about our skins. Hold on now, I like my skin. This all stops now, Nun Creed.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound just like him. Who? Walt. You don't get to talk about my dad. You know your father and I were friends back
He
before
gestured toward the strange tubes.
all this. That's a lie. It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee. Thing that always happens. Reality, complications, life. We were a team, Walt and I. An idealistic doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Both hell-bent on helping folks. You were his sidekick? Partners. We helped the patients and I helped him. Yep, total sidekick.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine comes to us. Says he's got an opportunity. Found something he didn't quite understand. He was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it. My dad said no. Your father and I both believed helping people. The thing I could never get him to understand was it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then. Classic sidekick into villain plotline. Walt loves being righteous almost more than he loves his family. He was wrong about one thing though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's gone.
He shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he still got me saying yes. Is there a point to this sob story? Not really, no. Just an old man trying to delay what needs doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
I tried to keep you safe. I tried to keep you and Juniper out of this. But you forced my
Luca
hand.
began to laugh.
You really don't know. My gran isn't out of this. She's scheming right under your nose. Juniper? Seems like she's planning on crashing the town's party. She's gonna disrupt the festival? Why would
The
she?
color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know? Apparently she knows a lot of things. What? Let's just say this isn't the only underground layer we busted into today, and honestly, hers was way cooler. She's got massive explosives and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
I need you to tell me what she's going to do right now. Doesn't understand what she's messing with. Tell me now, she's in danger, boy. I don't know. She had a map with marks on the fountain in town square. Fountain, but why
A
should...
jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
She knows about the source? What the heck is the source? If she tries to destroy the source, it could catalyze and... Dear God, she's gonna freeze us all. You all need to run. Run where? Away. Far away as this away from this town as possible. Head west and don't look back. Yeet! That did not go how I expected. So we're totally following him, right? Totally. See you on the other side. Good? Yep. I love this town. I love that sound effect.
Chapter 8. The cold, hard truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
That was intense. Yeah. I think I might have parted some fluids in there. Any idea where we are? Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like it got on any of us. Didn't feel like we traveled that far. Where did it all go? Sucks. Oh no. Why would I ever want to blow up something way out here? And then one way to find out, I suppose. We gotta catch up to Nuncreed. I think he went this way. Nuncreed. Familiar, eh? I think he pissed himself. I don't think he puked. We'll find out, but I think it's on Mr. Nuncreed, and that'll be funny. I'm just wondering if he's getting This is starting to feel really familiar. May not be very worse on all things Beacon Pines, but this does look like some sort of a frozen replica of the town. Ah, I got it. It's so obvious now. Mr. Nuncreed is an alien. Rollo, stick with me here. His species can only live in sub-zero temperatures. Oh boy, here we go. The source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold. We found it by traveling through those metallic wormholes back here. The final objective, kill us all and shapeshift into Beacon Pine citizens of their choosing. Never really had me, but you very much lost me there. You get used to it, we should keep moving.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch which flickered in the bitter wind.
Juniper, I don't know what you're thinking doing, but I assure you this is not gonna solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town. Oh, it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Ran? What's happening? Luca, you and your friends need to leave. Leave right this moment.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Juniper.
Morlowinback held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
Got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over the torch. You don't understand what you're doing. How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you, and you betrayed that trust. Luca, did you know that this entire man's life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish.
His voice hardened.
That's not true.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas of how to affect change. How very convenient of your way just happened to lie in your pockets. That's not
They
fair.
menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge.
Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
Interesting. Alright. Why would he hum? I don't fucking know. Do like a familiar tune that his dad liked or something? Or what should we choose? I feel like it is appropriate for him to weep, but the game is probably going to tell us that he wants to hum for the better option. So I'm gonna go with this because it seems appropriate.
And in the stillness, he began to weep.
Too late.
It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
This'll all make soon, Luca. And everything can go back to normal. I promise.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
Can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, you'll see where all their loyalties lie. Juniper, don't.
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness. She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
You see, Joseph? I've learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, then you must be willing
Before
to...
Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence. Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror. There was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this in a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end.
That was dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
All right.
And in the stillness, he began to hum.
Yep, pretty much.
After the death of his father, Luca
We've hit
had
so many
trouble
different
sleeping.
ends.
Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind, the only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud. Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note.
Just more evidence for me that Gran is actually her mother.
Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
Called it.
Looked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother, only smaller, older, changed. Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Eleanor? I thought you were gone? Should have known I would have never
Eleanor
abandoned my
looked down at
son.
Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How? You're a smart man, Joseph, and I thought you would have pieced it together by now. We're exposed. Mom, I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? I left you. I never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? Pour me up, Luca. But I did. I did it to keep you safe. I thought that getting answers would help us both move on. But the more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. Until perennial harvest was stopped, it was better if everyone thought I was gone. Could have trusted me. They're bad people, Luca. They wouldn't stop until they get what they wanted. They don't care who gets hurt in the process. What do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. It's too big. Tried beating them at their own game. Done fighting fire
For
with
the
fire.
first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now. There's a better way to stop perennial harvest. The cold, hard
Luca
truth.
gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash. You're gonna die a virgin. You don't understand. He always wins.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago. Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus Liquamen. There were dozens of them. Every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
And that's what this change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scuff of our necks and making things happen. Change is a choice. And I'm tickled pink that we will all be making the choice together. How great is that? This man is a liar. Excuse me? I will not. This town has a dangerous secret and perennial harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses. You aren't making any sense,
Mr.
dear.
Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd and plain impossible. They promised they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they would clean up this place. We just had to leave town for a few days, but they had us evacuated. Hartford, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to... I'm afraid... You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You snifling little worm. This is growing tiresome. A little help, please. Don't you all see? This festival is a sham, an excuse to get the whole town in one place. They're planning something awful. I don't know what, but these people are wicked. Don't listen to her. She has absolutely no proof. I am the proof. I am Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Aren't you just sneaky as the dickens? We all knew the Valentine fertilizer was too good to be true. Now this whole town is paying the price. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable, so she can get the help she needs. She's not the one who's disturbed. Who, Timon Clown? You all know there's something wrong with this town. It's just easier to look the other way. The truth is... That's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreed.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face.
Fuck! Fuck! No! No! Fuck! Damn it! I understand now. No! That's... God damn it, he's not dead. No! He's just young. Damn it! That's why he forced her to take under in order to gain the inheritance. That's not fair. Damn it. There was someone always above. No, I want them to see this. Ah yes, the ever-tempestuous Ellen Van Horn. You've been quite the thorn in my side. Like a weed that's burrowed in there, it doesn't belong. I must confess, you look
He
dreadful.
paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You've managed to pull one on over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party, but alas, I expected something a bit more impressive than incoherent rambling. No matter, your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr? Yes, sir? It's a shame it was cut short, but I thank you for your rousing oratory. I will take it from here. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. You have done some quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense
Kerr
we
gave
appear
a
to
bow
grant.
of deference.
Founder, you are most gracious.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You all call me Sharper
His
Valentine.
body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist. A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change.
What? No. Oh, God, he looks. You didn't see that coming. Good.
Sharper examined his new hands.
This is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Lenore was right about one thing. This festival was a ruse. I wanted you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it would help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear and reveal the sign. Ha, wonderful.
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper, you malicious bastard. Malice. I'm glad you're back so I can tell it to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again. Sorry, this is not the time for audience and participation. Some assistance, Mr.
William
Kerr.
gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward! Does anyone else have something to contribute?
Helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so. Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You should be all celebrating my return. You're clearly lost without me. And that leads nicely to my children. Daddy? I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give, the opportunity to prove yourselves in my absence. Squandered. So I am disappointed would be so to say that I am disappointed would be an understatement, but silence, Augustus, an adult is speaking. I don't know which one is you is worse, a son who is completely hopeless, or a daughter is with such potential who inevitably let me down. Eris, you fail me with such admirable consistency. Thankfully I was counting on it this time. Father, I have been wasting time, my dear. What have you accomplished? I was focused on cementing our legacy. Legacy? Who needs legacy when you can just live forever? What about... It's alright, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where is Joseph? You didn't take the opportunity to slip off, did you? Ah, there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you've said enough. none of the sense. The people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because he left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You were just simply too weak to take it. No matter. Cheer up. You're about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was in a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor. Despite to recapture his youth, he played his part. Soon he'll be able to play his part. Play the leading man again, forever. In fact, if he remains loyal, that goes for all of you. Well, those who haven't already frittered away at my goodwill, Beacon Pines is mine again. I'm willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty. Are you saying that William Kerr was never in charge of Perennial Harvest? Ha! You think that puffed up blatherskate could have accomplished all this? Dawn, I suppose it's time for your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
You see, I needed a figure out to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk down this town for a spell. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow, you've earned it.
Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Patrick C. Montesquieu, thespian extraordinaire, at your service. He was a fucking thespian. God damn it. Founder, I just wanted to thank you again for this opportunity. It's truly a role of a lifetime. Wait. So Bill Kerr was Pat C. the whole time? Now that your secret's out in the open, what stopped this town from rising up against you? Oh, that's the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clip cards, I now know what each and every person in this town fears most. And I will make your fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple. I'm not afraid of you. Ha, the young hero. I've kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends have made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity. If things would have gone a bit differently, you might have had your moment of triumph. But that's fate for you. That's fate for you. You can't do this. Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate what great man can do given time. And now, time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought, but well worth it. Ha!
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat. Let's get to work, shall we?
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer. The end. This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now. You can feel it, right? We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
Alright, all the way back over here. Shame lurking behind those eyes. There was malice.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes. Like a trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncrete's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
Just want all of this to be over. Of course. I'm sure all will work out soon enough. I should get going. I told Roxy I'd check for Rolo at the
Luca twisted
treehouse.
free of Nuncrete's grasp.
Of course. Luca, I know your dad and I were good. You know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You can come to me with anything. Anything at all. Sure, bud. That got me far in the first place. Oh. Festival decorations are a bit... Now, if I were to throw a festival, it would be a thing to behold. I agree, this is all more than a little sad. It's worse than sad, it's boring. What if we did something to spice things up? I'm a listen. You know that festival sign waiting to be unveiled? It would be a shame if
Two
someone...
scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
Who is the second guy? The two things that we don't have much saying, I think we're learning here. Please, okay. We need her ending. And then I want to know who that fuck the other guy is. Nellie Madwell. I work here now. I am unable to locate you on our staff roll. I don't officially start till tomorrow. Mr. Kerr said I can come in early tonight to get a few things done. Hold, please. Clearance authorized. Thank you. Our harvest awaits. Whoa. Get a wrench by the knocking, sneaking up guys like that. Don't scare a man while he's junkin', sorry. Even Jeff. Isn't it a little late to be junkin'? I might as well ask the same thing to you. Find anything good? Ever since Perennial Harvest moved in, even the junk is trash. You can learn a lot about a person by looking what they throw away. With a bunch of all this shredded paper and coffee cups. I better get going. I didn't see nothing if you didn't see nothing. See what? Exactly. Cross, damn it. Hey Jetson. Have you seen Rolo come by this way? Afraid not. Elusive as the fish here in this pond. Rolo?
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rolo! Hello, wherever you are. I hope you're
Luca
okay.
felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace. Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Luca stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket, a keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face. "A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together." Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. Wait? For what? Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. "That's up to you." Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real?" Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. "Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me." Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. "And you?" The doppelganger choked back tears. "I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does that make sense?
Through his tears, Luca laughed.
I think so.
His father pulled him in for an embrace.
Time to go, buckaroo. Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor.
Are you in
A
there?
commanding voice rumbled from below. Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open.
Chapter 5. Dangers big and small.
Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
It's an older Roxy. Rollo. Talk about a glow up, man. Sheesh, I know it's dark and all, but I figured you recognize me.
The
Who are
large
you?
figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Oh, now I'll clobber you with a baseball bat. Whoa, 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 take it easy. Look, I need you to get your eyes checked. It's me, Rollo. Nice try, but I know you aren't Rollo. You're like one of his random uncles or something. Where is he? Uncle? Luca, quit messing around. It's me. If it really is you, prove it. Lemon chicken coop, Luca.
Luca's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rollo, only bigger, older, changed.
How? What happened to you? When I was running away, I ran into more people in those yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away. What did they do to you? I don't know. They threw a bag over my head. It was cold, smelled like a swimming pool. It was underground lab or something. Made my hands all big, look.
Rollo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Pretty sweet, right? I mean, it wouldn't be my first pick for a superpower. But beggars can't be choosers. Rollo, it wasn't just your hands. My feet too? Dang, Pa just made me new shoes. Wait, Luca, why are you so small?
Luca moved to the side and pointed Rollo to his reflection in the balcony window.
What the?
His hands shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo! Rollo, what did they do to you? Made me drink some sort of green crud. Ew. Actually, it wasn't too bad. It kind of tasted like licorice. Licorice! Passed out, woke up like this. And I sort of smashed open my cage and escaped. Whoa, you smashed open a cage? Kinda. At least I think it did. It's all a bit of a blur. I had you in a cage? Who are these people? I don't know who did this, but we're gonna fix it. Fix it? This is awesome. I'm glad you're safe now. Look, I don't need to worry about me. Sure, I got snatched, but look at it this way. I got snatched. I know where the snatched people go. We finally have a lead on what's actually happened to your family. Maybe you're right, but this all seems dangerous. Danger? Ha!
Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs.
I think I'm all on. I love this look. I love this look. I love this look. Hey fellas, what's up?
With a yelp, Rollo dove behind Luca.
Did I come at a bad time? Who the heck are you? This is Beck. Sorry, something truly bizarre just happens and I need help. I didn't know where else to go. So you're just hanging out here with your large adult friend? No, this is my buddy Rollo. This is your missing friend? One and the same. Seems a little old. How do you know this is a recent development? What the heck does that mean? I'm sorry, you're the one who showed up out of nowhere. We'll be asking because it will be. asking the questions here. You know what? That's fair. How did you find us? Your silly little treehouse? I think you mean to say our silly little mission control? You know, Kai, you do have a point. That would be interesting. I hate to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret. I could hear you racket from a mile away. See, Luca, this is why we need to improve the security around here. Not now, Rolo. Beck, you had something bizarre happen? Yeah, but
She shot a nervous glance at Rolo.
anything you can say around me, you can also say around Rolo. This day has been a weird day all around, hasn't it?
Beck's
Yep.
eyes narrowed.
It all started when I made it back home. My first order of business was to salvage my hair, so I dyed it with some stuff, the chemistry set my mom gave me. Okay, just need to play it cool. Hope no one notices. Notices what? Oh, nothing. I just... Come over here, let's have a look. Oh, honey, what in the world did you do to your hair? I kind of felt like a change. This is gonna take forever to grow out. And you were the one who said change was a good thing, right? I was talking about your mother's new job. I was talking about us moving. Well, I guess I just took your lesson to heart.
Ilona tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up here to tell you that Nellie had to go into work. Tonight? Her and Mr. Kerr decided it would be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That Kerr guy seems like a grade A creep. Beck is him and his weird cult of personality. You are not going to ruin this job for nothing. It means too much for her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It's enough for her to exile her daughter to this podunk town. This place sucks. These people are weird. Don't know them yet. It's always cold. We're in the mountains. You'll get used to it. Can't even pick up a single decent station on the radio. It's all banjo music and farm reports. You know what? No, I grew up in a town not different from this one. Is that why you're better at talking to plants than people? Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. First of all, you're grounded. What? In the morning, I'll have Nellie come and see what we can do about fixing your hair. You look presentable for the festival, but not in other people.
She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
No, moving is hard, honey. But that doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. Other people seem to have that covered for me. Oh, and if you decide to rebel and die by dyeing your hair more,
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
I'll just shave it off for you. Think how rebellious you'll look then. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mom. Wait. First of all, this town does not suck. Second, you need help because you're grounded? No. Sorry you got in trouble. It's my fault your hair got screwed up in the first place. Don't worry about it. I actually kind of like this look. Yes. Great. Can we get back to the story now? Next part is the important bit. I have this radio I upgraded with my mom. I was too angry to sleep, so I tried to dial in something worth listening to. Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr? Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologies, I have the founder on the line. Patch him through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's so nice to hear from you. Yep, the pleasantries. What's your report on the new lead researcher of deep engineering? Nellie seems to be integrating nicely. At this very moment, she's working to help us meet our deadline. She offered to work overtime before I even had the chance to suggest it. Excellent. And you have faith that she's capable of finishing the work left by her predecessor? Her work must be complete before the festival. I will make sure she stays day and night until it's accomplished. Good to know how I feel about loose ends. Yes, sir. When she has the work finished, we need to make a determination regarding her long-term prospects in the company. Immediately, sir? I usually have more time to fully bring people into the fold. We are in the end game, Kerr. After your failures with Dr. Prescott, I cannot afford you to take any risks. Of course, sir. No loose ends, sir. Once she finishes the work, she will either leave the office completely committed to Perennial Harvest, or she won't leave at all. Or, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay just for a bit. Oh? We seem to be rushing over this festival, or rushing to hit this festival deadline, and rushing into things has caused some issues in the past. I see. Please understand that I just want the best for you. I am eternally grateful for all that you've done for me. Bill, I'll make it very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions. Of course, sir. Chin up, Bill. You only have a few days away before having everything you have ever dreamed. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah. So we're clear, they said loose ends. We're talking about murder, right? Like actually killing someone? Capital
Luca
murder?
gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who is this founder? I'm hoping you guys would know. As far as we know, Kerr is the top banana at Perennial Harvest. Sounded scared of this founder guy. So we have an even topper banana on this field. What the hell is my mom caught up in? She just talked to us about has she talked much about her job? Not really. She said she's gonna come in and continue work of someone she respected. Luca, do you think that's the body at the warehouse was the person Beck's mom came in to replace? That would make sense. Beck, it seems like Nellie's predecessor got loose-ended. Getting that impression. Okay, so we need to get your mom out of there before the festival happens. That's 2 days away. Won't she come in or come home after work? The creeps on the radio said that gonna hold her there until then. So if she's not coming out, we're gotta go in and
Beck
get her.
flipped a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Maybe this will help. You have blueprints? Well, it's really a welcome map of my mom's PH orientation day. But it shows the layout. Sure looks like blueprints to me. Look, here's the reception area. There's the big room marked Founder's Office. It even has exits marked. Guys. We have a deadline. We have an objective. We have blueprints. You realize what this is, right?
Rollo started to wiggle with excitement.
I think we're heisting. This is officially a heist. Cool.
Chapter 6. The Heist. They spent the night's end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology. Not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in 1 day, and they each had their assignments.
Rollo, you're gonna talk to Roxy. Cordially. Without her,
her in fits, this whole thing could go bust. Me and Cordell is my middle name. Uh-huh. And how do you plan to explain your
He
new
waved vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure.
circumstance? Bah, she'll soon be happy I'm alive. She won't even notice.
Beck snorted an involuntary giggle.
Ah, Beck. Sure Alana won't just shoot this whole thing down as soon as she hears it? She'll listen. Once she understands the danger Nellie's in, the danger we're all in, the plan will make sense. Okay. That leaves with me, with Jeff, and Iggy. How are you gonna persuade them? I'll think of something.
They each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Well, Godspeed. Alright, hold on just a quick second. Undaunted, he shook his head. Over? No. Endings were merely a state of mind. This doesn't end until I give up. Wow. I admire the conviction. But can he really pull through? You ever wonder why an agricultural company employs an army of survey takers? The clipboards? They say we're just trying to make us happy. Do they want to make us happy? Or just figure out what makes us happy? An important distinction. I guess it's gonna be a festival. Hey Jeff, what can I do for you? Well, I know much you hate Perennial Harvest. Hate's a strong word. Oh, sorry, I didn't say it was the wrong word. So, we're gonna break into their headquarters, and I thought you might be able to help.
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker.
Yeah. You see, I knew you kids were alright. Great, so you
Joy
help?
in Jeff's face drained instantly.
Not a chance. But give you one good reason I should risk my hide aiding and abetting you
Looking
rascals.
into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Oh, hey, Seth. I have so many options in this. I'm just gonna say junk because this is that. It's gonna please him. Junk. Yeah, what of it? Sonny, I've got more junk than King has copper. Ain't interested. Okay.
Luca wasn't. He shouted out. Jeff's
Hide.
brow perked up.
What'd you say? Go ahead, hide then.
Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor.
Let a bunch of kids do what needs to be done. We're not afraid.
Jeff's scowl faded with a sigh.
Say what you want to say, but they all do. But you'll never hear him say that I hid from
One
nothing.
good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home.
What was it you kids needed? Some sort of disguise. I've got just the thing. While you're at it, that crate could come in handy. It ain't gonna be free, you know. Thinking 5 bags of sour gob should cover it. Put it on my tab.
Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal.
Luca offered out his open hand to seal the
With a firm
deal.
and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Done. Swing by my place first thing in the morning. Cool. Where am I gonna go find Eggy and the others? Are they gonna be over here or some shit? Oh, cool. They're literally here. Hey Tish, look who it is. Luca, are you here to try to tickle us to death again? Look, just hear me out.
He raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
You're listening? Iggy, I know we've both been a giant bags of shit to each other.
Iggy gave a reluctant shrug.
You're not wrong. But lately life has been kinda strange, you know?
Iggy considered the point.
Things have been weird around here. I'm offering a truce and asking for your help. What do you say if we break our hostilities, at least for now? We do like breaking things. If a truce means less breaking things, what if I told you we have a way to truce and break stuff? Go on. I needed to cause distraction so we could sneak into Perennial HQ.
A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face.
My, Luca Van Horn, I'm impressed. And after all this is done, maybe you and Tish can come hang out at the treehouse
Iggy
sometime.
glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement.
Fine. But not because we want to see your crappy treehouse. Just because we like to cause
With a quick
chaos.
nod, Luca was off. Iggy gazed up at Tish with a smile.
He invited us to hang out at the
A single
treehouse.
tear ran down Tish's cheek.
What? Are you playing the new one? That'll be cool. This character is talking. All they've done this entire game that I've been playing for the past 6.5 hours has said, "Yep." That's all they said. They're talking. This is a great moment in time. I've never expected this day to come. How wonderful.
Chapter 7. Into the Hive. A good heist requires preparation, and thorough preparation takes time, something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. "We're locked and loaded on my end." And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach Perennial Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence.
Is he disguised as a
Rollo
clip?
took a
Oh,
few
okay.
vigorous
For a second, I thought it was going to be a
breaths
clip
and
more.
shook out his arms.
Yeah, sure. That's Stay calm, Rollo. You can do this. Got your delivery here. A delivery? I don't have any of those in my notes about delivery. One moment. I'm sorry, but there's no delivery scheduled for this morning.
He had to
Right.
think quick.
Because it goes directly to the founder. He has to be kept secret.
Rollo sighed, adjusting his tool belt.
You know how the founder can be. I suppose we could leave this one off the records. Our harvest awaits and
With a
such.
stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
Our harvest awaits. Package is here for the founder. Oh, I didn't hear anything about... Yeah, this is a need-to-know kind of thing. I'll just
He stammered
check.
and flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
Goes directly to the founder. I don't have much time to fill you in. Oh, I see. If you could just complete this
Rollo
form.
interrupted with urgency in his voice.
Every time with the forms. Look, if you want to explain the founder why I'm late, well, it's your funeral. I'm sorry. What did you say your name was again?
Rollo panicked.
A harvest awaits. Sir? That's a restricted area. Excuse me, sir. A harvest awaits. Ready to light the candle, Tish? Suck on this, perennial ham fist. What was
The
that?
distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence.
Open the damn door. I've got a job to do.
He fumbled around in a frenzy.
I should check out that noise. Oh, come on. Just buzz me in already. Okay, okay. No, it is not. That was close. This is a game that came out just today. I kickstarted it like 2 years ago. It's an interesting, before I continue with that statement, it's an interesting, like, split story kind of scenario. Where I've got a bunch of choices, but those choices are given to me via different, outcomes of choices. So, like, in this one instance, I was only given the chill option. Then I went over here, and before I got an option to do anything there, I got the option to do shit for the other ones. So, very interesting scenario, where as I complete the trees, I am able to unlock new paths for other trees. Our harvest awaits. Hey, I figure when in doubt, stick with the classics. That was a close one. But you pulled it off. Nice work, Rollo. Alright, everyone knows what to do. Yep, deep engineering is to the north. I'll go with Beck. Just in case she needs some muscle. I'll head to the founder's office. You two be safe. That's odd. Not even cups for water. It is interesting. Hallway to nowhere. What's going on here?
Solomon stopped in his tracks.
Luca? What are you doing here? It's a long story. Are you okay?
A veneer of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatically.
No, I am most certainly not okay. Some strange people grabbed me and... Were they in hazmat suits? Yes, how did you know? They brought me here and locked me up. When they were distractions, I ran. Dang. Okay, you should stick with me. We've got a plan.
Solomon's facade briefly faltered.
We? Yeah, Roland, Beck, and I are heading to Deep Engineering. And Kevin's, you found me. We've got to get out of here. Can't just leave yet. They'll catch us again. We gotta do something first. When you were running, did you happen to see a door marked Founder? Founder? Why are you looking for him? Not sure, I just need to get into that office. Now that I mention it, I think I did see a door that said Founder. It's just down this way.
Luca happened to notice a plaque above the door.
The Founder. Knocking comes with consequence. Oh, here it is. So it is. Pretty lucky I ran into you, or else I might have missed it. Truly fortunate.
Luca tried the handle.
Locked.
Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism.
Regrettably, it seems to be some sort of electric lock. I don't see how you, or how we, could possibly defeat a
Luca
lock like that.
smiled and looked at his watch.
Just wait a minute. I don't know what sort of funny business you're up to, but I like it.
Mind a quick hat tip, and ambled off with a whistle.
Howdy. Good afternoon.
The light on the keypad changed from red to green.
How did you do that? It's good to have friends. Now let's get inside before someone spots us.
Luca switched on his walkie-talkie.
Rolo, I'm in. As expected, there's a control panel. Great timing, we're stuck at the door, locked door marked. Okay, that number. Let's see if you can get us through. When someone catches us, we should get out of here. Not leaving out my friend Solomon.
On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
Really don't have a way to get around the password.
Luca pecked out his best guess. Underground secrets. The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
How did you guess that? Oh, it's an absurd password Rolo heard when he was down here before. It's funny how someone arrogant calls themselves the Founder uses such a basic password. Or they were thinking several moves ahead, not expecting anyone to guess something so simple. Villain types always end up outsmarting
Solomon's
themselves.
jaw clenched into a half smile.
Your powers of deduction are quite impressive as your
Luca
luck.
quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Rolo, I think this should do it. Bingo bango. Doors open, Luca. You never fail to impress. What's that slippery loud even doing down here? We have a friend whose mom is in trouble and we're here to get her out. I see. Okay, Luca. I think we're close. Next door marked 13806.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
This one opens the lock. Crap, we've got company. Luca, must go faster. One sec, I can't think with all this
He
noise.
quickly skimmed the screen with his finger.
Here it is, 1306. Go, go, go. First, these fumbling hands. My apologies, Luca. Don't beat yourself. You know, you were just trying to help. Oh man, no water cups. Rollo. Rollo, are you okay? Rollo, come in.
Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie.
You can turn off those alarms, they're
With
trapped.
self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
That, my dears, is a dead end. Nowhere to run. Rollo, where are you? Are you okay? Yeah, I think we lost him. Making our way back to Nellie's office. Okay, you two rabble-rousers are coming with us. Nope. Just kicked him in the nuts. That little shit just kicked me. Don't just stand there after them. Yeah, I think that worked. Roxy and Fitz have him on a wild goose chase. I have trouble following what just happened. Like I said, it's good to have friends. Rollo, how long do you think Roxy can distract him? How long can Roxy keep someone so pissed off they can't see straight? Let's just say we've got time. Entering Nellie's office now. Oh honey, what did you do to your hair? I thought you'd be happy. I finally used my young chemist lab kit. You sure have a knack for making me incredibly proud in the most frustrating ways. We need to get you out of here. Who's your adult friend? I'm not an adult. Ever heard of growth spurt? I had more of a growth spew. No, that's not possible.
Nellie leaned over to examine his teeth.
Substantial banding on the enamels with the molar consistent with the Tempest liquamine exposure. Is that what the gunk you call the gunk they forced me to drink? You drank it? Oh no. They told me it was only being tested on plants. Look back, sweetie. I promise I didn't know. Mom, what the hell is going on with this place? I was brought here to work on the discovery of a lifetime. A novel chemist compound was discovered underground Beacon Pines in a wellspring they call the Source. They called it Tempest liquamine. Its energy pulls from the surroundings in order to fundamentally alter matter's relationship to time. It was the secret to Valentine's fertilizer. They harvested the source, infusing small amounts of Tempest liquamine into the product. It worked wonders, drastically accelerating plant growth. Crops would be ready to harvest in a fraction of a time. But it led to complications. The foul harvest. Perennial harvest came in to clean up the mess and succeeded where Valentine's failed. But Tempest liquamine is rebellious. Rebellious? You think of it as some sort of a manifestation of change itself. It's volatile, but its very nature. The more you try to force it to do a specific thing, the more it resists. Yes, I can relate to that. My role was to finish the work of my predecessor, Dr. Prescott, harnessing Tempest liquamine to reliably manipulate an organism's age. Just imagine how many people we could feed. Mr. Kerr was very insistent that we achieve a successful result before today's festival. But you didn't,
Nellie sighed.
right? You know how much I love a good puzzle. I poured myself into the problem. It wasn't long until I discovered oddities in Dr. Prescott's notes. Oddities? They contained obvious errors, mistakes of someone of his reputation would never make. So I fixed them, and now I get to replace my entire wardrobe. I really am truly sorry. Meh, those clothes were all hand-me-downs anyway. It sounds like Dr. Prescott figured it out, got cold feet, and intentionally sabotaged his own work. I considered that possibility. I never sent a letter asking him to clarify his thinkings. Mom, Dr. Prescott is dead. Or had him killed. What? I overheard them talking on the radio. That's why we gotta get you out of here. Like, now. Wait, the vial. I finally solved the chemical equation allowing direct control of aging. Dr. Kerr picked it up before you came. All the more reason we gotta hightail it. Luca, we got it. We've got Dr. Meowdwell heading your way now. Roger that, be careful. Alright, everything's on track. And what's your plan for escape? We'll go over everything when we get there. In the meantime, maybe we can just dig up some more info. Malice 80 proof whiskey. A hard drink for a hard man. Wow, even his alcohol is
Solomon
arrogant.
muttered inaudibly.
What's that? I said I shouldn't bother you right now. Don't be silly, you're no bother at all. Security system, time card logs, payroll. Oh, for being so evil, this guy sure is
Solomon
boring.
once again muttered under his breath.
Wait, huh? Oh, nothing.
Luca tugged on each of the cabinets.
Damn, this must be good stuff. They're all locked. Perhaps he's not as careless as you suspect. Looks like the founder was helping Kerr plan the festival. Why would such a secretive leader be obsessed with a party? Only time will tell.
Luca held his hand up to the ashtray.
Still warm. Must have been here recently. I'm really sorry you got dragged into this mess, Sullivan. You needn't worry about me. Well, I feel bad either way. We're gonna get you out of this, I
With
promise.
a subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
That was close. When we left Nellie's office, it was swarming with clipboards. We barely got away. Did they follow? Rolo? Before we start tossing blame around, it is possible someone ordered a pizza. Definitely not pizza. What now? Don't look at me, I'm officially retiring from the heisting business. We're so sorry for the inconvenience. We should have a few quick questions. Just let me think. Can someone watch the door? Of course. Oops. I think this little caper has gone up long enough. Solomon, no. Hush now, child. The adults are speaking. A brief reintroduction is in order. We never met in person, but we have corresponded. You see, it was I who hired you. Solomon, the pathetic orphan child, the powerful, enigmatic founder. Sharper, the fallen progenitor who has created this town. Perennial harvest, Valentine fertilizer. All connected by a single thread, yours truly.
Her
But
eyes
that's...
searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Ah, yes, now you've got it. Tempus Liquimine, you discovered how to reverse the process.
Solomon clapped with genuine delight.
Very good, Dr. Modwell. Very good. No, the discovery wasn't intentional.
Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form.
And the effects went a little too far for my taste. That's why you wanted me to finish Dr. Prescott's work, which you did admirably. Mr. Kerr, the vial,
Kerr
please.
presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
May I present to you the eighth wonder
Before
of the...
he could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Wow, this stuff sounds pretty valuable. Careful, you fool. You have no idea what you have in your hand. Actually, we do. You did a whole evil monologue thing about it and
Rollo
everything.
casually tossed the vial to Luca.
Gosh, maybe I'll have a
Luca tickled
taste.
the vial mockingly.
Seize him. Over here. Move another inch, I'll
He
smash
held
it.
tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
You have no plan. I'll smash it, I swear. Fine, risk killing us all. Of course, if you're lucky, nothing happens, then what? We capture you and grant you much less
He pursed his
leniency.
lips with feigned sincerity.
I'll give you my word, if you hand it over now, none of you will be
A
harmed.
deep uncertainty washed over Beck.
You're a smart girl, Beck. But there's no shame in being outwitted by someone smarter than you. We both know there's only one way this
She
ends.
looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon.
That's a good girl. Beck, don't do it. We can't trust that jerk. I'm sorry, he's right.
With apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Mr. Kerr, you've allowed yourself to be humiliated by a group of children. Report to my office tomorrow for a performance
The
review.
blood drained from Kerr's face.
Of course, sir. But first, you'll have a speech to make. Shout out there and give me an introduction I deserve, and don't forget to smile. Yes, sir. And to think all of this is thanks to my efforts, to the efforts of Mr. Van Horn. I don't understand. How is this all because of me? Ha, I said Mr. Van Horn, silly child. Dr. Walt Van Horn. Your father was always a thorn in my side. I offered him an opportunity to be a part of something great, but the fool was blinded by righteousness. He even broke into my laboratory in an attempt to sabotage my
Solomon
work.
shook his head with gratification.
But the universe was funny and have a funny way of correcting course. By meddling with force he didn't understand, Walt showed me its true potential. As fate would have it, Luca, your father's dying act was to grant me eternal
A muffled
life.
applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Well, that's my cue. After the festivities, my subsequent ascension, I will return to deal with you all. Until then, I suggest you use this time to reflect on the magnitude of your failure. You three keep posted outside the door. Oh crap. I can't believe Beck sold us out like that. I'm not sure she had any other choice. So what now? What's the plan? I don't have one. Of course you do. You always have a plan. Rolo. You just need some time. Rolo, it's over. We lost.
Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought.
I'm sorry, Luca. Give me a minute to calm my mind. You didn't give her the right one. Hey. I'm sorry, Luca. I did what I had to do. I know, it's just... we were so close. I've got a feeling that eventually Solomon will get what's coming to him. Time wounds all heals. Well, it seems like less of an issue. Because there's something you need to know. After Mr. Kerr locked me in that office, I had nothing but time and curiosity. I poked around a bit, hoping to find a means to escape, but I found something else. A note hidden in a false drawer. What was sort of note? Dr. Prescott must have sensed his prime time at PH was growing short, so he left behind a letter with hope it would be found by his successor. It was a confession of sorts. He left it for me, but its contents, Luca, I think it was meant for you. What did it say? It was about the incident with your mother. Dr. Prescott found her in his lab with a stolen key card. There was an accident. She had been exposed to the extreme amounts of Tempest
The
liquamine.
color dropped from Luca's face.
She survived. Dr. Prescott decided to help her recover. He no longer trusted PH, so he tried to keep her whereabouts a secret. Over time, your mother led him to reconsider the purpose of the scientific discovery. Science is often at the vanguard of change, but that doesn't mean that it's always right. He also realized that no one should have control over something as powerful as time itself. Now I believe that he has begun to attempt, and that's why he began to intentionally sabotage his own work. And it cost him his life. It's a reasonable conclusion.
I was overwhelmed with emotion.
If she's alive, where has she been? Where is she now?
A sudden explosion sounded from the hull. Chapter 8. Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Gran, what are you doing here? Luca, what are you doing here? We're here to save Nellie. We're here to save Rollo. Hey, Mrs. Lucas, Gran. That's awfully nice of you, but I'm fine. Oh no, what did they... Gran, there's no time to explain. We have to go now. Come on, everyone, we've got a party to crash.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech. Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew.
Well, I guess that's it. We lost. Wouldn't be so sure about that.
With a mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back? I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
Like pocket change? Your unlucky penny. Yeah, I plopped in the vial when no one was looking. Wonder what that's gonna do. No idea, but it's the beauty of science. Now we observe. Now you can call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort. Eris awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty. She looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl. Epilogue. Beacon Pines' coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and kept his mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason. Over time, Eleanor began moving Walt's old things out of the closet and into storage. Eleanor had moved back into her bedroom, and now that she wasn't sneaking out late, she even slept there most nights.
Go on without me, I'll meet you there. I got a batch of jam to finish jarring. It's funny. I only started making jam as a way to send messages without anyone noticing, but now I enjoy it. Alright, I'll go say hi to Rolo first. Are you big? Yeah, I hear you and Rolo have big plans at that little treehouse. Yeah, it's starting to get crowded after we revoked max capacity one Rolo, one Luca rule. So we decided to expand. At least we got some help with that. How's the internship at Nelly and Iona's shop going? It's been great. I've been hoping it's been getting me into the School of Agriculture up at the state. Also, Nelly said she'd write a letter of recommendation, which would be huge. I just can't help but worry about leaving Rolo. He's grown up so fast, he's still my little brother. Yeah, had a hell of a growth spurt. I don't just mean grown literally. This morning he was up and finished his chores before I even had breakfast. Well, of course, some of that might be his excitement about the treehouse renovations. Don't tell him this, but it'll go to his head, but I'm really proud of that little punk. I'm sure he feels the same way, he's just too dang proud to tell you. I know. Hey Gus, how's the tree planting going? Couldn't be better. I'm so grateful that Iona and Eller let me help. It wasn't built to be a mayor. Too much bureaucracy. Gus, we finished cleaning up the sidewalks. What's
When
next?
Perennial Harvest collapsed, most of the clipboards skipped town. But some stuck around and dedicated themselves to making things right.
Anyone with a knack for art can help me paint the new offices. You can count on us. Well, looks like you really found your calling. Never really felt more comfortable telling people what to do. Now this right here, this is something I can be proud of. How's the napping this morning? The most underrated part of a good nap is the view. The view's getting greener every day. Nice. I see you decided on a name. Yep, we had to clear out the old stuff for putting the final touch. Slow and Dirty Harvest is now official. I like it. It's actually Nelly's idea. There's a lot of work to do and the name serves as a reminder. It's just because progress is important doesn't mean the change should happen fast. In fact, I've learned that the more you care about something, the more important it is about taking things slow. Our motto is, go slow and fix things. Amen to that. Mr. Young Valhorn? How's little Solomon, or Sharper, doing? Young Sharper seems to enjoy nature more than I. So we do a lot of strolling these days. Has he, attempted to crawl out of his crib and plot world domination? Yep. Thankfully, no. I spoke at length with Dr. Modewell, and she's willing that she feels that Sharper's infant mind is not developed enough to retain his previous memories. For all intents and purposes, the child is unmolded clay. Let's hope he's a little nicer the second time around. That's the objective, yes. But really all I can do is try and hope. 2 activities I am endeavoring to find less distasteful. Well, I think you're doing a great job. The whole town is ready to help out whenever we can. I can't wait to tell him, or teach him to throw a baseball.
Eris did her best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes.
That would be acceptable. Luca, would you like a biscotti? On the house. Not really. Don't have the time. Zerial, gotta come and see this. I finally did it. I pulled the perfect espresso. Aw, Lumi. If I didn't know better, I would think you're proud of something. As if no. It's too late. You're now officially a person that cares. He looked to his friends with a thankful smile. After everything that had gone wrong, everything that did go wrong, we made it. The end.
Closing her eyes,
Miss Hatch took a deep, relaxing breath.
Oh, hello, Luca. How are you? Really good, actually. That's wonderful. Did I miss anything? I think you're pretty much up to speed. What's today's news that needs knowing? I'll give you tomorrow's headline today. Our old friend Patrick C. Monesque, aka William Kerr, just performed a stirring rendition of The Iceman Cometh at the State Correctional Facility. I hear there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Well, I guess he has plenty of time to work on his craft. That's nice. Last Chance Diner. Yawn. I'm glad you swung by. More follow-up questions for your story? Nope, I got everything I need. Thanks again for that. I sent a draft of the story to this reporter in Capital City. They offered me an internship. Well, of course they did. You're an amazing reporter. I don't know about all that. A story about phony corporation and picked up an entire town of people and moved them to cover up a massive illegal mine shaft full of incredibly hazardous mechanicals. Sort of writes itself if you think about it. Just don't forget us when you become a big fancy city reporter. Capital City isn't that far away. I'm just gonna have to come back from time and every now and then check in and see what sort of new trouble you've gotten yourself into. Sorry to disappoint, but my adventuring days are over. Both of us know that's not true. What makes you say that? Call it a reporter's intuition.
Mrs. Fratelli glowed with a carefree smile.
What's in your suitcase? That is 2 weeks of encumbered tranquility. Excuse me? Would you be so kind to take my order? 2 weeks? Sand, margaritas, and forgotten obligations. Excuse me. I'd love to place an order.
Mrs. Fratelli sighed with a zen-like calm.
Just as soon as lunch rush ends, I'll be a feather on the wind. You're going on vacation? For the first time in years, I've got you and your mom to thank. Why is that? She didn't tell you yet? You two were gonna fill in for me at the diner while I'm gone, just like old times. It's fine, I'll wait. Whee! It's gone. Who are you? Wow, back for seconds? It's not too much trouble. For the longest time, I didn't understand the appeal of ice cream. It serves no purpose, other than to briefly enjoy it until it's gone. Yeah, but it's pretty tasty while it lasts. I'm inclined to agree. Hey Luca, can you tell Roxy I'll be free in an hour? Sure thing. My dad's making me stock shelves for the summer. Said it builds character. But I think he meant to say it's build calluses. Builds character. Yeah, build something, alright. Luca, can I interest you in a delicious apple?
He waggled an apple.
No, just saying hello. Well, hello then. Mind telling your mom we need a new crate of jam? Already? Funny, I used to hide this stuff in the back. Terrified that someone would find out about our secret messages. Now everyone wants to get their hand on Eleanor Van Horn's famous spy jam.
Over the school year, Kato and Bert had become close friends.
Did you know that when they covered up the source, they found a new species of fungus? Yep, and they've been studying in new labs. Did you know that Beacon Pines is now the smallest town in the county? The county? Yep, close to Pine Election before Perennial.
It typically went on like this for quite some.
I believe it's over. Yeah, the town really starting to turn a new leaf. The town? No, I was talking about Hank Atomic. I just finished the last issue. How was it? As great as always. Hank actually returned to Earth, but I just feel weird now. Weird can be cool. It just means you're ready for something new. Any suggestions? You could ask Miss Hatch about what she's always reading. She always really seems to enjoy it. Huh, maybe I'll do that.
Luca peeked over Piper's shoulder, laid stealthily inside a large volume of mathematics was the first issue of Hank Atomic.
Piper, are you reading Hank Atomic? Do you mind not telling anyone? I kind of just got a reputation to uphold. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Just about every kid in town reads Hank Atomic. Honestly, I'm excited for you. What I'd give to start over fresh to experience it again for the first time. I'm guessing that the downside of finishing something nice. At least now I can enjoy it through you. Promise to tell me about it as you go? Sure thing. Mr. Numcreed? I'm gonna go see my dad in a bit. You wanna come with? After everything I did, you'd
Mr.
still...
Numcreed shook his head.
You really are your father's son, aren't you? I don't think I'm ready for that yet. You're always invited. I bet he'd love to hear from you. I'll visit Walt in my own time. You run along. Oh, fucking...
With perennial harvest gone, the transportation tubes were left unused.
Come on, come one, come all. No one's too big, no one's too small for Jeff's wild ride.
Maybe not completely unused.
Just one piece of candy for the ride of your life. Who's next? Guess what? Yesterday, I did see a Dianthus tietus. Is that good? It's great. Haven't spotted one of those in years at this rate. Beacon Pines is gonna become bug capital of the country. Can I check in here? No. I did completely skip over going to the very front. Alright, I think that's everywhere but the treehouse and then my dad. Luca, get this. I managed to reel in an actual fish this morning. Seriously? Yeah, and honest to goodness, flip-flopping, swammin' fish. Don't think I've ever caught an actual fish in here. At least it's been 7 years since I've caught one. Say, it's a good omen. What do you do with the fish? Oh, I released it back into the pond, hoping to catch it again tomorrow. Little tighter. Yep. Little lower. Yep. Little higher. Yep. I'm telling you, the angle isn't the issue. We need more power to the radio. Luca, there you are. Would you tell him it's not the angle? Hey, I'm not in charge of the antenna redesign. Fine, fine. Iggy, just don't do anything drastic till we get back. Who, me? Tish, you're in charge while I'm gone. Yep. I'll be fine, right? That'll be fine. If we really want Mission Control to turn into something bigger and better, we better loosen our grip a bit. You're right. Lead the way. I was just over there. Thought Beck would have been over here. There we go. I don't even have to meet her all the way. I have news that I think you'll enjoy. This morning, I unpacked my last box. You're officially moved in? It's just a box. Let's not blow this out of proportion. Sounds awful like you're putting down roots. I guess I decided this place is root worthy. You're gonna be stuck with me for a foreseeable future. I have to warn you though, most years aren't gonna be as interesting as this one. I think I'll manage. Ready? Before we go, there's a little bit of a surprise. My mom prepared this tree especially for you. Well, they didn't have to do that. It wasn't just them. It's just about the whole town picks, Jim. We all owe you. It's all we could do. It should do okay in the cold of old Pekin Pines. It thrives as thing warmed up. That's perfect. Oh, we're going to Old Beacon Pines. Okay. Ah, you got it. Now that's a good looking tree, especially for the occasion and whatnot. Tree's riding on the house. You're gonna want to hang on tight to that little tree.
I think this is it. The end I've been waiting for. Honestly, I began to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you. It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
Done. Good little tree. Best little tree. Thank you, children. This means a lot. Yeah, thanks for everything. Shucks, I only did what any super awesome best buddy would have done. We should probably give you some alone time though. You good? Yeah, I am. It's been a wild year. How are you feeling? Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine, really. Pa's always says the only thing fitter than a fiddle is a cello. I feel like a dang cello. Well, if you ever stop feeling like a cello, I'm here for you. You know, you don't even have to say it. You two make an awesome pair. Excuse me? We're a trio now. Yep. Thanks. There's just the one thing missing now that you're part of our group. Missing? Let me tell you a little story about a man called Hank Atomic. Oh god. That won't be long. We'll be waiting for you back at the phone booth. Found the perfect way to start our summer. Got some good friends. I'm so proud of you. Your father would be so proud. I know. Mom, can I ask you a question? Do you ever dream about Dad? Not a night goes by that I don't. You ever afraid you're gonna forget him? Forget what he looks like, forget his voice? No, because much of him lives on through you. He loved that old tree, but I know that he loved this one more. He would have loved this one more, because his two favorite people planted it. I'll give you two a moment. Hey, Dad. Dr. Modwell says that over the next few years, this place should warm up. We won't have to be so cold for much longer. I think I finally understand why you left that night. There were things you believed in. Big things. Those things were things that made you, you. If you stood up to Sharper, stood up for what you believed in, you wouldn't have been the same person anymore. Had to go. That didn't mean you loved us any less.
I might not visit you as much as I used to. I know you'll understand. Hey, we finished it. In one whole stream, it only took 7 hours. Woo! That was very nice. Now, sadly, I have a very busy day tomorrow. So, maybe I'll be back. I am very happy to play new game and finish it all in the same day because I'm like that. I am also starving. I have not eaten at all. 7 hours, no breaks. I totally have to use the restroom. It's hilarious. I don't know if anyone else is still hanging around. This was a wonderful experience. I think next time around I'll be going through another game. I don't know how long that game will take. Hopefully not. Well, supposedly, if I think about it, it probably will take longer than this one, but another game called Brock the Investigator. It's a point and click investigation, like detective style game, but mixed up with a street smasher, like TMNT or X-Men. I feel like it'll be fun. Oh wait, I should be in here. I might actually be in here. We'll find out. I did put my thing in late. I don't know if they can just update that. There was a lot of backers for this game. It was really cool. Totally gonna take a screenshot of my name if I find it. I forgot that they show the backer list on here, so we'll find them. Some people put their name, some people put their username. Second, maybe. There it is. Forgot to check for my other friend. Fuck. Just missed it. They were in the M's. Oh, they could have been in the J's as well. I don't know. Oh sweet, we get a 10 years later. Heck yeah. Don't make it ominous.
That's a lot of pages.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk.
Alright, let's see what these other
His body.
Oh fuck, he got dusted.
As the last of what was sharper, his end, a new the. Well, if that feels to you like a good note to end on. I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice. His body and face began.
Old. What the fuck? He just poof. They called it 80 poof. Really fucking pop goes the weasel as an achievement.
The quiet was broken when William Kerr sprinted off stage and into the disc. He was never seen around Beacon Pine, watching the silhouette of Kerr disappear over first alone through his knee. That was perhaps a bit. I'm only writing.
Thing.
We were just gonna go hide for the day.
But there are so many extra things that don't have a use. Alright, well, I guess I don't really have much of a choice in that, but it's cool. Well, I definitely gotta go get some sleep for tomorrow, so catch everyone laters.